Okay, council. You got it now? Okay. Call this council meeting to order. And if you're able, please rise for our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
At this time, if I can call on Councillor Elliott for our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mayor. Niagara Region is situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattawandrunk, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe. I apologize for the pronunciations. You caught me in. Including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The City of Port Colborne stands with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live.
Thank you, Councillor. Proclamations. We have two this evening. Our first proclamation is Operation Smile Canada, longest day of smiles, June 18th, 2023. We do have Gino Spada here, but before I bring Gino up, we'll have Councillor Bagu and Bruno move that. And if Gino, you want to come up to the podium here? Welcome, Gino.
Thank you. Okay, good. Right, good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor and members of council, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of a charity that I found to be one that actually gives the donor a real feeling of making a difference. I've been looking for a charity such as this one for many years now, one that we and my health club, G&M Fitness, can support by means of an annual fundraiser, and I finally found it. This charity is Operation Smile. And I point this to where? Cool. For those listening that are not familiar with the work of this charity, here it is in a nutshell. We believe all children deserve to live with dignity. And for those born with a cleft lip, cleft palate, or other facial differences, dignity begins with a smile. Many of these children have never seen a doctor before. Most simply can't access or afford the care they need. With help from donors, medical volunteers, and corporate partners, we transform lives with surgeries that can take as little as 45 minutes and cost as little as $240. Imagine that. Where are you going to find a charity that can change or even save an innocent child's life for a measly $240? Yes, save a child's life, because believe it or not, unfortunately, without any intervention at all, 9 out of 10 of these innocent children will not live to see their first birthday. Should they be one of the lucky ones that survive? All they have to look forward to is an upbringing of isolation, extreme sadness, bullying, embarrassment, and even a target of ridicule. Other children the same age are actually, in a lot of cases, afraid of them because of this dreadful deformity. This should never happen to an innocent child, and I'm here today to tell you what I'm going to do about it. This is a very sad state of affairs because it won't take much to make a huge impact. This is precisely why I chose this particular charity. At our health club, through the 37 years we've been operating, we've managed to raise thousands of dollars for other charities, such as the Heart and Stroke Foundation and the Cancer Society. We have been making monthly donations to Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto for several years now. We have been sponsoring orphan children from all across the world through the Children Believe charity and the SOS Villages charity. And we have been doing so for over 10 years now. And now this, Operation Smile Canada, one I know will save lives. Operation Smile Canada is part of the largest volunteer-based medical charity providing free cleft surgery for children. An interdisciplinary team that is committed to providing safe surgery and comprehensive cleft care, as well as providing training to local medical professionals to increase local capacity. Longest Day of Smiles. From sunup to sundown on June 18th, 2023, the longest day of smiles, Operation Smile Canada will be recognizing the medical volunteers, students, and Smile ambassadors who make what we do possible, celebrating the achievements of individuals and communities from coast to coast to coast who have helped raise funds and awareness so waiting children can receive a new smile. As a Smile ambassador and local business owner, I encourage our community to share a #MyMayor social post to celebrate the longest day of smiles and encourage them also to learn more about how they can help, they can get involved with this life-changing cause. I truly believe that all children have a God-given right to a healthy and happy childhood, raised without abuse, malnutrition, bullying, isolation, living without parents or guardians, living in pain, and living in true sadness each and every day. Every child deserves to be happy and deserves a smile, and that's why I'm here today to ask for your help. On Sunday, August the 20th, that's Sunday, August 20th, G&M Fitness will be hosting our first annual fundraiser for Operation Smile Canada, Rain or Shine. This is a walkathon, bikeathon, taking place on the Friendship Trail, kicking off at 11 a.m. You can walk or you can bike, whatever you like. After the event, we will gather at H.H. Knoll Lakeview Park for a barbecue and a chance to meet Operation Smile Canada representatives. My goal is to build this fundraiser into one of the largest events in the province. It will be promoted through all social media channels. You'll see local posters, brochures, and such all around town, or you can simply call my health club, G&M Fitness, for further information or to graciously volunteer to help us with this event. All marketing materials, whether print type or digital, will have information and or links to the registration page if you want to participate, and also the donation page, which will automatically provide you with a receipt for income tax. For those without digital access, registration forms and donation forms will be available at our club. All coming soon, so watch for them. So I would now like to take this opportunity to personally invite all of you. So mark your calendars, please, and make an attempt to join us for this very important and enjoyable event. If you can't make it, I humbly ask that you make a donation and help save the life of a child. Every dollar counts, and I truly believe that together we can make a huge difference for these innocent children that deserve better. Can you play the video? Okay, so in closing, I'd like to leave you with something to think about, and I encourage everyone listening to give this some serious thought. 100 years from now, it won't matter what your bank account was, the sort of house you lived in, or the kind of car you drove. But the world may be a better place because you decided to make a difference in the life of a child. Thank you.
Thanks, Gino. Before you leave, I'm going to come up to the podium just to tell Councillor Bagu and Bruno, you will not be moving this one because I do have the proclamation, and I apologize, it's Councillor Aquilina and Beauregard. Thanks, Gino.
Thank you.
So, as I said, moved by Councillors Aquilina and Beauregard, whereas Operation Smile Canada is a global medical charity providing free, life-changing surgeries and medical care to children born with cleft conditions around the world. And whereas every 3 minutes a child is born with a cleft condition, and lack of access to safe, effective surgery means that easily treatable conditions like cleft lip and cleft palate can become fatal. And whereas Operation Smile Canada believes every child born with a cleft condition deserves exceptional surgical care, and whereas the Longest Day of Smiles will unite Canadians from coast to coast to coast as they raise awareness and funds, and whereas on June 18th, 2023, the citizens of Port Colborne are encouraged to learn more about how to support this worthy cause by visiting www.longestdayofsmiles.ca, and whereas our community can help celebrate the Longest Day of Smiles by posting hashtag Longest Day of Smiles on social media. And now, therefore, I, Mayor William C. Steele, do hereby proclaim June 18th, 2023 as Longest Day of Smiles in the City of Port Colborne and commend its thoughtful observance to all citizens of our municipality.
Nice.
Grab a photo. Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Again, thank you, Gino, for bringing that forward this evening, and we look forward to your fundraiser in August. And let's please support on June 19th. So, having been duly moved and seconded, all those in favor, raise your hand. That's carried unanimously. And next is Doctor's Day, May the 1st, 2023. I'll have Councillors Danch and Hoyle move that. All those in favor? That's carried. Adoption of the agenda. If I could have Councillors Bagu and Bruno move that. Are there any questions with regards or changes to the agenda? All in favor? That's carried. We have one disclosure of interest this evening. Councillor Beauregard declared a conflict on item 17.1. Memorandum from Councillor Aquilina, motion regarding Shirkston Shores Resort, Sun Communities restoration of access to residents of LOS 1RO. Are there any others? Thank you. Okay, councillors, we have 3 sets of minutes, items 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3. Special council meeting, closed session April 4th, 2023. Public meeting April 4th, 2023. Regular meeting of council April 11th, 2023. If I could have councillors Elliott and Beauregard move those. Are there any questions on any of those minutes? All in favor? That's carried. We have the following items that are pulled for separate discussion this evening. Item 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, and 10.2. Can I have councillors Aquilina and Hoyle move the remainder? All those in favor? Since there is no questions, that's carried. We have 2 presentations this evening. We have 10.1, City of Port Colborne Corporate Services Department update. Mr. Bowles, you'll lead that.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And I think I'm going to ask the team to come up because this presentation is going to be done as the whole team. It won't be me speaking the whole time like it normally is during budget season or something like that. Annually, Council will remember, and those that may be watching at home or in the audience, that we, throughout the summer months, take a month and basically every department within the city goes through and gives some updates of what they did over the last year and some of the projects that they're looking forward to do in the year to come. So tonight we're going to do corporate services. I guess we're first out of the gate for these presentations. And we have a couple slides. I have about 2 slides to do, basically to introduce the team. One point to note for council and for anybody in the audience tonight is Jonathan Wright, who'll be presenting customer service, a fantastic employee. He has accepted a position at another city, and his last day will be Friday. So please ask him as many questions as you'd like tonight. I'll go to the next slide and just talk quickly about a couple things. In customer service, and I know we've talked at council before and we've talked in the budget process, we really try to concentrate on our people, and in doing that, we try to make our processes as simple as possible. We know it's a continuous improvement game, and we're continuing to try to move through some of those. And in doing that, we're trying to add value in the projects that we do and how we support the other departments. And we hope if we do that, we have affordable results, and we have results that the community is looking for. So having said that, I won't go through all of the points on this slide. They're very similar to, I think, what we've talked about during the budget season and other presentations. But I will hand it over to the team right now. And I think first off, the bat is recreation. So Brian, do you want to come out and give us a couple on rec?
Thanks, Brian. Good evening, Council. I can definitely speak for the rec team when we were pretty excited in 2022 when we were finally able to return to normal operations. It was great to welcome back our residents, youth groups, visitors back to our facilities at full capacity, and to be able to do so with no restrictions. A great example of that was the Easter event in 2022. Actually had record attendance. It was the first in-person event coming out of the pandemic. And just a side note, a couple weeks ago, the 2023 event actually broke that attendance record. So definitely demonstrating strong participation across all our rec programs and events. Sort of the right side, oh sorry, can you switch the right side of the slide there sort of shows the metrics to demonstrate some of those strong numbers that we're looking at. Definitely great to have a full season of our hockey programs return with the boys and girls programs. Also great to have tournaments back coming out of the pandemic, to have all those recurring tournaments that we host. Our summer program ran a full schedule as well. The YMCA was able to offer their summer camps. We had the Y extend their hours of operations on the weekends to match the city operations at the center. We also had a strong season at Sugarloaf Marina, and we installed our new fuel docks and dispensers, which passed the Christmas storm test, so that was good. And of course the new telehandler that staff used to launch boats and for haulouts and on a day-to-day basis. We had the grand opening of the Splashtown Niagara, which reported a strong season, and are looking forward to this summer as well. And then of course we had the upgrades to the front desk for the customer service at the Health and Wellness Center. Some of the projects that we're working on, again, related to the Health and Wellness Center. Obviously the two big ones being the roof repair and the cooling tower replacement. So the repairs for the roof will take approximately a month to complete. And then the cooling tower replacement, we will take both pads out while they do that work, which should take about 3 weeks. And then we'll look to put one pad back in for June, July, and August. And that pad is almost sold out to date. So great to have the summer hockey programs and camps running as well. The Y did see a growth in their membership as well, so they're looking to increase their programs and classes and the inventory of those. And they did also report that they had the highest gymnasium rentals from outside groups, so that was good to hear as well. Again, we'll continue with the focus on customer service both at the Health and Wellness Center and at Sugarloaf Marina. At the center for spring, fall, spring, summer, and fall, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, will be staff person at the desk. And then for the peak winter season, once the marina closes, we'll have 2 CSRs there to work both days, evenings, and to cover some weekends as well. Nickel Beach, looking forward to a busy summer there. Won't touch too much on that. There's another presentation to follow later. As far as Sugarloaf Marina goes, we will be implementing some of the full-time facility staff over to the marina to help with the day-to-day operations there, and just to take care of the grounds and do some regular daily weed harvesting, something that both council and our customers have been asking for. Here you see all the events, both city-run and supported by some of our community partners. I won't list them all, but you see them all on a page like that. 35 annual events. You can see how much involvement our events team has in all the community events that are offered here in Port Colborne. I will touch on the summer concert series, the dates listed there on the bottom. Look for an update from our events team on the specifics of that. They'll be rotating the different city facilities and parks at the marina, on West Street, and they'll be sharing the details of that summer concert series that sort of cater to different demographics with different themes throughout the summer. So they're excited to share that news, which will be shared shortly. And of course, you can't talk about events without our signature festival, Canal Day. So Council did see a report a couple of weeks ago with some of the things that our committee and our BIAs and YMCA are working on to look to enhance the kids zone and the rec programming on West Street, just the overall experience for festival goers. So always looking to grow and expand and evolve the event, not just a cut and paste. So again, kudos to our events team on that. And then of course they'll continue to work with our community partners for third-party events. And then also related to the beach, we'll be looking at implementing some Monday to Thursday daytime programming around kids, and also some musical entertainment to try to enhance some of those slow times when the attendance is typically a little lower. And then lastly, with sponsorship, obviously a lot of these events wouldn't take place without the support from our community partners, so huge thanks to them, and we'll continue to foster those positive relationships. And then lastly, Council should look for a report in May, where we'll be making a recommendation for the new food vendor at the Valley Health and Wellness Centre. Thank you.
So, thanks, Brian. So as a matter of process, I thought after each manager could go, if there were any questions, we could jump in instead of waiting to the end and then somebody had to come back to Brian. And maybe before we just go to questions, just one comment to add. Our manager of rec pointed out that we now have a desk at the Valley Health and Wellness Centre, and that was something that Council's been asking for. And we are now set up to also take transactions that you could normally do at City Hall, whether it be tax or you have to pay a bill or you need to look up something. When that desk is open, that desk is going to be prepared to be able to do that. So that's a nice service, so people don't actually have to come to City Hall, and they can do it on the weekends now.
Great, thanks, Brian. Questions? Councilor Bruno?
Thank you. Great job, great presentation. Just on the last point that Brian Bowles brought up, I'm wondering if at some point, maybe later on a customer service basis, we could talk about that desk at Vail, those hours. Some of that caught me by surprise that it was starting. We have asked for it for a long time. I think it's a great addition. It's not just about people don't have to come to City Hall, but there's lots of visitors there. People from out of town, people who are from town that don't get into City Hall, but get there because their child or grandchild is playing hockey or at the Y. What a great opportunity for them to ask about a city service or bring forward a concern or a question. So I think it takes customer service to the next level by being in a non-sort of institution like City Hall that's got sort of fairly rigid hours, and you have to sort of find your way through the maze. I don't know if anybody else is doing that, but to put that in a situation where there's all that public, I see a great tourism opportunity there, and maybe it's signage at 140 and 3 that, you can pick up information there, or there's a screen that you can go on and log on. But I think that this is the potential for a huge step and kind of groundbreaking maybe in the region or elsewhere to be doing this at a recreational facility. The other thing I just wanted to say that I'm amazed at is when you finally see it on paper, and we've been pretty good at, and Jonathan will get his kudos about data, but all you guys providing that data make it much easier for us, I know, as counselors to make decisions. Through the years, when you just hear anecdotal stories, you don't know if it's 121 or 2021. And this finally brings some substance to, I think, better decision-making and better spending. And finally, just with that myriad of events, I have to tell you, I don't get any calls about recreation issues in Port Colborne. And given the fact that probably when I looked at all those events, that your department probably touches every single person in this community and their friends and family, because at one point, you're going to go to one of those events, walk into one of those buildings, participate as a spectator or involved. And so you've got the chance of everything going wrong, and when everything goes right, that's just the way it should be. So I just want you to know that when you do it right and it happens like that, it is noticed. So thank you for the perseverance, the growth, and I think in your situation, bringing some order and discipline to all of these events and departments. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Baggy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good presentation, Brian. Thank you very much. One question, you had the events for the municipality. I didn't say anything about the Port Colborne Rec Band that plays annually at the I guess the small band shell. Are they still on?
To you, Mayor, to Councillor Bagu. I can report back with our events team and get that answer for you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Okay. Next, Brian?
So our next up is Jonathan, our manager of customer service. He's been so integral to the team, and it's really hard it's going to be to say goodbye to him at the end of the week, but for council, please ask as many questions as you can. We'll take the good ideas, mark them down, and we'll try to keep it going.
Thanks, Brian. Good evening, everyone. As you know, I haven't been here in about a year for presenting, but I'll try to keep it short this time and not go too long. I do have a lot of stats in my presentation, so bear with me while I go through those with you, and if you need to interrupt me during it, please do, okay? So in customer service, same thing with as in Rec 2. It was opening the doors was the scariest thing for us in City Hall, especially for most of us. We were new to City Hall, so it was closed. We were here during the pandemic. So opening those doors was definitely a scary option for us, but it was a way for us to actually see how our customer service would change and evolve. We were focused a lot on self-serve during the pandemic and getting that introduced. And we introduced virtual City Hall, and we did that in 2021, which was pretty successful. We ended up with about, I think, 109 virtual City Hall accounts in the first year. And by this year, and you'll see on the stats page, we're at 345, which doesn't sound like a big number, but it is a huge impact when it comes to people using a self-serve system. They can view their bills on there, they can make payments, they can even change their banking information all on there in one spot. I know our goal was always to try to get to that 500 accounts, and I think this year for 2023 we will get to that number. There is going to be some marketing done at the farmers market on Fridays here and there with the student we have in customer service, so hopefully that will get us up to that 500 mark. We also introduced automated messaging for the phones. We did this a little bit in the end of 2021, and we did it again in 2022. And this helps with high call drivers. So when citizens are calling in for the same thing, whether it's tax due dates of their bill or when their water bill is due, we introduced an automated messaging to help answer their question before they get through to a live person. So that helps us reduce our call drivers for our CSRs, and that helps them be able to assist people at the counter and have more meaningful interactions with the citizens they actually are speaking to. So the automated messaging system really does help us out, and it helps give citizens that quick answer they need, and then they can go on with their day. Another thing that we introduced in 2022 that I was really proud of was our water meter repair and replacement appointment process. So during the pandemic, there was a time where water meters weren't being read correctly through the system, or they were having a zero consumption reading. And we needed to have an appointment process in place to go to the citizen's house, take a look at their water meter, and either repair or replace it. And at this time in 2022, I think we were around 92, maybe? Okay, so quite a bit. So we wanted to introduce a workflow that involved multiple divisions. So we had customer service doing the appointments, and then we had the water division going out and doing the repairs, and then it came back to the water clerk to do the billing. And we tried to do it all into one work order, so there wasn't multiple workflows involved. It was one simple process, and it actually told the whole citizen's journey from the moment they filled out the application to the point of where we billed them, so we could go back and see that whole experience. So that's really helped us a lot. I think we only have 2 left. So really good job on everyone involved in that. If you want to go to the next slide for me, please. This is the stats one, so there's a lot on here. I'm lucky to have databases that capture a lot. So as you can see, customer service, we're pretty busy. We received 15,670 calls, which is quite a bit. We average about like 12 to 1,300 a month. Obviously, it's a little bit busier in the summertime. Citizen inquiries that customer service has resolved has really increased. 4,354. To give you an idea, percentage-wise, that's over 50%. So their knowledge base in customer service has grown a lot since 2020 when I started. And we do that by having an internal knowledge base that we're able to reach out to other divisions to give us frequently asked questions and basic knowledge in what they do so that we can answer it without transferring that call. So it helps with the citizen getting the answer right away, and also gives us a little bit more of that empowerment to handle the call. Average conversation times are 2 minutes and 48 seconds. I know a lot of people are like, well, why is that important? You don't want to see it too low, because you want to make sure that our customer service team are having positive interactions with residents and are not just picking up the phone and hanging up kind of idea. So the 2 minutes and 48 seconds gives us a good capture that there's good conversation and good dialogue happening between the customer service team and the citizens themselves. And that helps them with asking effective probing questions so we know what service requests to put through. I'll move on over, just try to go through these a little bit quicker. If you see for citywide, that's our CRM platform, which is a customer relations management platform that we use throughout the city. And I've been very proud with all the divisions using it more and more throughout. We're trying to get all the processes that we can through this platform so we can capture more data. Right now we have, for 2022, we had 8,204 service requests. We had 5,121 work orders. You will notice that quite a bit of them are done through phone, so 4,765 of those service requests were done over the phone. But you'll notice that email is becoming a big one. So as the pandemic happened, I feel like a lot of people started communicating with us through email and through the website, and you can see that in the numbers that it's increased quite a bit with how we're getting our service requests through. Self-serve options, this is what I talked about a little bit earlier. So virtual city hall, we're at 345. This is a huge win, I think, for the city when it comes to pre-authorized payments. We're at 29% for tax and 26% for water. That's out of all of our accounts. To give you an idea of over a year, it was, I think, 9% for tax increase and 7% for water. So that helps a lot with our administrative duties. So if we have more people on pre-authorized payments and there's less penalties being charged to citizens, and there's a lot more of that easy transactions going through, it means that we have more time to focus on those positive interactions with the citizens instead of doing more administrative work. And you'll see that as well with e-billing. That's why it's a big one as well, and there is an incentive out there for the public to go on to e-billing. Obviously, it's a big thing for the environment, but also too, in the end, it gives us more time to work on more positive and more service-related issues that citizens want us to focus on. And then the last one on here is online service requests submitted by residents. We're at 252, so it's about 20 a month. I do know that a lot of it does come from council as well, which is awesome that you guys are using it. And for citizens who are listening, definitely go to portcolborne.ca if you have any service requests that you want to submit. Even though we're not open 24 hours a day on the phone, you can submit your requests online and we'll get it to the right department for you as well. Okay? Can you go to the next slide for me, please? So this is going forward, so kind of sad because I won't be here for it, but these are the things that we were working on in customer service for the future. I'll go through a couple of them. The biggest one would be trying to convert all of our PDF application forms. That they are fillable right now, but we want them into fillable online forms that are on our website. That's so they're accessible to all and they're more AODA compliant. So I do have that on the wish list for our customer service student to help us get those all converted. And another big one, which I think is really important for Port Colborne, is collaborating with corporate communications to launch Let's Connect Port Colborne, which is an online citizen engagement platform. This platform, especially for Port Colborne, is such an engaged community, and what I've learned being the manager of customer service for the city, the citizens here care about the community, they want to be heard, they are involved, which is very important, and especially with this engagement platform that will be launched, they'll be able to give us feedback, give us ideas, submit new things that we can look at doing, and I think it's just a good way to build that relationship with the citizens in City Hall. So I won't be here to see that launch, but I know it's in really good hands and it will be super successful. The last other thing that I'll look at here is just our mobile application for citywide. So that's for more public works for the crew out on the road. They're starting to use the mobile application on their phones, which is really good, and we're trying to get it out there more. And that's so that the public works crew don't need to come back to the office to close their service requests or work orders. They can do it all from their device. So when they're out at the job site, if they're fixing a water main break, they can close the work order, take a picture of the work that's done, and it's all complete. So as this year progresses, they will get more and more of their staff on that mobile device. And I think we'll be able to capture more of that real-time service level, as well as having photos and notes right in there right away when the job's complete. So that's all I have for you guys for today.
Great, thanks, Jonathan. Questions? Yeah, Councillor Baggett.
No questions, Mr. Mayor, just a comment. I know past council, there was a problem with communication with the residents, and I guess either through council, we upped our customer service, and I guess you came here. And you had made a great dent in our prior problem, and I do thank you immensely. As former councilor Clearly, she was a big one too, communication. And the only problem I do have is our manager of HR telling the truth, giving you such a good reference, and we're going to have to talk to her. And even though you're going to say Catherine's, well. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. No further, Councillor Bruno.
Just a big thank you, but we do have a 30-day return policy here at the City of Port Colborne, so if you change your mind, the door doesn't swing one way here. So.
Good. So Jonathan, I know you won't be back for the next one of these, but we do thank you for your time in Port Colborne and quite frankly, moving through a number of issues that the last council brought in to quite frankly, make communication with our staff on that first floor instead of being thrown on a phone and press this, press that, press this, which
Yeah.
all 9 that were here last term said no more of that. And that's one thing I campaigned on. You guys, and not just you, it's you and all the staff that you work with down there have done a phenomenal job with this. So, and I think what you've laid out here tonight's great. And I know the councillors here were being a little facetious with what they said, but I've always looked at it this way: if we're going to lose a staff member and it's to a larger city, obviously it means we've done a hell of a job with our senior staff, bringing our managers and other staff along so that they're so knowledgeable that people just want to steal them from Port Colborne. So we're doing something really well here in Port Colborne. So, we do wish you luck, and it's true, if Gary said, if after 30 days you don't like it, just call Mary and we'll be okay there. So, again, thank you.
Thank you.
Brian?
Thanks so much, Jonathan. I think we have financial services up next, so that's Manager of Financial Services as Adam, and I'll pass it over to Adam. If you haven't figured out the model, it's everybody has 3 slides. We just all do them in different speeds.
I guess I'm the lucky one. I only have 2 slides. Or I guess maybe you're the lucky ones. So like my colleagues in the other divisions, financial services has had many successes since the last time I was here reporting to council. And some of the notable ones include we've had 4 financial statement audits and 1 grant funding audit. We've collaborated with the water and wastewater group to address backlogs in meter reading. We've developed new cost allocation methodologies and models to distribute shared cost across the different units in the city. We approved the 2023 budget in 2022. I don't think there was another municipality within Niagara that was able to achieve that. And we implemented just recently a new payment card program, which allows for online reconciliations. Excellent. Looking forward, some of the notable projects that we're working on right now is we're updating our user fees and charges. We're reviewing non-traditional industrial water and wastewater users. Specifically, we're looking at users that can pull from the canal. So there's 4 companies that can do that, so we're looking at those. We're reviewing vacant land charges and their applications. We're undertaking a property tax assessment audit. We're also, in June and July, we'll be issuing an RFP for insurance. So our current contract for that ends in December. And we are preparing a 2024 budget with a multi-year forecast. So yes, we are working on that already. So, and those are my updates for today.
Great, thanks, Adam. Questions? Seeing none? There you go. Oh, sorry, Councillor Borgard.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. In regards to the vacant land, is it taxes or assessments you mentioned?
Oh, the vacant land charges? Yes.
Yes. So what kind of changes can we expect?
There were properties that weren't charged the appropriate amount, and we'll be charging those on the next tax bill.
Do you want me to help with that?
Certainly.
Sure. So through the mayor to council, what the manager of financial services is mentioning, when we did the audit, we actually found a couple properties that are classified in a certain way, and then when we talked to our consultant, that classification actually should be adjusted when you go through the development process, i.e. it might get classified in one mechanism, and then as you get closer to construction or closer to completion, you kind of move up the value chain of assessment. And in Port Colborne, working with MPAC, that assessment change hasn't always been happening, and we're working with the audit to then bring back a report to talk to council specifically about that. And then the other one on vacant land is, you'll notice, and you read about it probably in other municipalities, where if you have a property, specifically residential, that is held vacant because somebody doesn't want to rent it, it just sits derelict, you can actually implement a different tax rate for that type of property. And we'll be looking at processes, and just recently, I think Hamilton is one of the most recent cities that's adopted it, and we'll bring it back. Unfortunately, there's not a mechanism. I know council's interested in the commercial and industrial kind of side as well. We don't have that power yet to go in that direction, but moving and making sure we get the residential is a first step, and then we'd be ready to move as legislation might move across the province.
Councillor?
Kind of two answers to that.
Yeah. Through you. Is that all within our jurisdiction, or is this, some of this have to be working with, like, do we have to work with the region at all at some capacity? Because it might get a little murky from my understanding.
Yeah. So through the mayor to the councillor, we are going to work with, and the treasurers get together every I think it's 3 months. Yeah, every quarter. We get together and we do try to talk through some of these questions. It may be at a regional level, it may be, and I do understand that we have the ability to kind of move forward on this one at a lower tier. So we're working with the two, and I'm hoping within maybe by the summertime, we're back with a report that we can start talking about this going into next year.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Further questions? Great, thanks, Adam.
Thank you, and I apologize to Adam, I jump in, that treasurer role just sometimes gets me in on that one. I'll introduce Mary, our manager of HR, to talk about HR.
Good evening. So the HR team worked really hard over the past year on several initiatives and programs. Some of our more noticeable ones are our biannual workplace survey, which is complete, and action planning has begun. We're almost finished our joint job evaluation process with CUPE. We had a market review of our benefits package conducted that resulted in significant savings. We had continued monitoring of COVID-19 in our workplace. We increased the HR team presence over at Public Works. We're there a couple of days a week now. We completed a full cycle of our competency-based performance development process, and we added a team building component to our student onboarding, and that was based on student feedback from their survey. We created a diversity, equity, and inclusion plan and a calendar of significant dates. We rolled out our YMCA memberships for full-time staff, and to date, 76 full-time staff have joined. And some of the key events that we ran over the course of the year were Thanks a Munch, Coffee with the CAO, our quarterly town halls, our annual holiday lunch, our Applause online recognition program, and our LinkedIn learning program. For HR, our current personnel budget for this year is, this is last year's number, sorry.
That is the 2023 budget.
2023 budget, okay, is 18 million, which is 36% of staff costs as a percentage of the total budget, combined rate and levy. We have 189 full-time equivalent employees. Our head count is 247. We had 18 internal moves last year, 21 external hires, and 2 retirements. Overall, we had 6 workplace accidents. 1 of those was a lost time injury, and 3 vehicle incidents. Some of the things that we're working on over the course of this year is the creation of an internal job shadowing program. We heard from a lot of staff that they don't necessarily know other employees in different areas and want to get a better understanding of what they do. We're looking at establishing a diversity, equity, and inclusion committee. We're going to be completing some facility audits as part of our AODA compliance. We're finalizing a succession plan for leadership roles. We are going to roll out a new employee recognition program, which are the CAO Awards of Excellence, which are awards based on our corporate values. We're going to implement employee wellness initiatives to help increase workplace wellness, and that involves programming with the YMCA, lunchtime yoga, other classes for our staff, a wellness committee, and continued contests throughout the year. And we're going to prepare for collective bargaining with our union partners. And that is it.
Great. Questions? Councillor Baggy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mary. Our 6 workplace accidents and 1 accident resulting last time, is that 2022 stats?
Yes.
Good. Through you, Mr. Mayor, are we improving or getting worse? Usually there's some sort of comparison of how we're doing with our lost time accidents and our lost time and workplace accidents. Sort of a graph, so sort of council can see how we're doing, or how you're doing, I guess it is.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have the prior years with me, but I'm happy to provide that comparison. I think that we are trending better or comparable to where we have been.
Okay.
But I'm happy to provide that.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Beauregard?
Your worship, to Mary. So I saw in the previous slide that HR has increased its presence at Public Works. Has it increased its presence at all at the Valley Health and Wellness Center by any chance?
No, not currently. Right now we were focusing on public works. We are attending staff meetings in other areas, so I've been to the museum and the library, for example, and we will look at increasing our presence elsewhere, but that was the area where we felt the focus needed to go first.
Thank you.
Councillor Baga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just remembered one more question. Through you to Mary, we hired a contractor to look at each department we just finished the library and museum. Are we working at other departments, or is it, I haven't heard anything, is it?
So the plan was to do them, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to do other departments, but to do them sort of one at a time rather than everything all at once. So we've done our public works and the most recent one for the library and museum, and then we will continue to roll that process out and then look at where we'd like to go next.
Yeah, and just to add to that, so I think one of the next steps is, and our CAO is not here, and I guess I'm stepping in for him today, but we're going to be bringing that back because we want to also share the results of the most recent one with the library and the museum with council. So once we get through that process, we can have a conversation with council as to what department we go and look at next.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. That's it. Okay. Brian?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. And I think our last group up is Wes, our manager of IT, and he has, I believe it's 3 slides. There we go.
Thanks, Brian. Good evening, Council. So over the past year, so in 2022, the Information Technology Division has had a number of achievements and successes. In 2022, we had a system upgrade of our city's access control, our facility security system. It's paving the way for an integration that our previous council had given us some funding to move forward on, looking at paving a way for a integration with our Niagara Regional Police to enable some video surveillance feed sharing. We'll be before council in the next month or so to provide some additional clarity and information on that as well too, as we kind of finalize the details of that. We've implemented a new next generation email security and filtering system that's enabling us to better protect against the evolving cyber security risks typically noticed and received from municipalities through email as being kind of the most prevalent currently for municipalities. In 2022, we had our life cycle replacement of computers, cell phones, laptops, tablets, as well as some of our network infrastructure, routing, firewall, switching infrastructure as well too. In August of 2022, the GIS function was moved to the corporate services team under IT division. Moving forward on that, we are enabling all departments and divisions to access and leverage the GIS platform as well. We are implementing an enterprise GIS system for better data management and governance, as well as introducing some self-service functions for our GIS mapping components. And we are collaborating with regional partners to have some increased data exchange and information sharing to enable that as well.
Can I?
Oh, sure.
So just to jump in, because maybe not everybody watching at home or in the audience or council, but just a reminder, like when we talk about GIS, we're basically talking about mapping all the roads, the water, the wastewater, the storm sewer systems, and that's where, when that goes into the system, they can see it mapped, they can see how deep it is, where it is, when work was last done, and that will give us the ability to make better and informed decisions moving forward.
Absolutely. So in 2022, the IT division received approximately 1,300 requests for assistance, including everything related to a password reset to a new piece of equipment that's being issued. Our cloud usage has increased in 2022 as well, from 52% up to 68%. We're moving to a lot of best-of-breed systems rather than a lot of the smaller niche systems that we had typically used in previous years. Out of the 1.56 million emails that were received to the corporation, about 56 of those were blocked for spam and phishing and that sort of thing. Again, kind of a testament to that migration to that new next generation email filtering system that was mentioned. So looking in 2023 and onward, we are continuing to evolve our business applications and working closely and in a collaborative manner with our business departments across the entire city, enabling kind of a cloud-first strategy and integrations between the systems to enable better data management principles. We are continuing to leverage our Microsoft Cloud services for both email, but also collaboration and other data sharing initiatives as well. We are again, kind of continuing to look towards data management principles across the organization, looking at our enterprise resource planning and our human capital management application a little more closely, with a desire to combine financial and non-financial information together to enable evidence-based decision-making across the organization. We are working closely with the City of Niagara Falls currently and looking at a shared service relationship opportunity that we're potentially moving towards, and we'll be back before council should that be presented. We are looking at modernizing much of the meeting room technology, for example, here in council chambers, as well as our committee rooms and various meeting rooms across the city. Much of that will be starting in the coming weeks. We are increasing our capacity and security for remote access, so enabling good quality services for our staff to be able to connect and access the services that they need to get their job done. As well as we're moving forward with a video surveillance program. Again, we'll be looking at bringing something back to council with that data sharing or the video sharing model that we're looking towards integrating with the Niagara Regional Police.
Thanks, Wes. And if I can just add, I guess, two other things just onto that. So the remote access, I know some of our employees have already been looking at testing it, and we'll be talking to council, but dual authentication and components like that will be coming to you very shortly, and there'll be an education component on that. And when I think when Wes identifies, the enterprise resource planning, the financial system, the HR system, we have been told from our finance software provider that they won't be providing service upgrades going forward. And that's kind of where we started talking to other municipalities to see if we can do some shared service work to keep the cost down, but still find other solutions. So we haven't had the conversations, and I know I think councillors are aware with Niagara Falls and a couple other municipalities to see if we can work together for some sort of shared solution and bring in an HR system. I think council's aware, but perhaps the public and that aren't, but we run the HR system all on pen and paper right now, and bringing some sort of electronic management to it would be very helpful to efficientize the system. So, thank you.
Thanks. Any IT questions? Councillor?
Yeah. Through your worship to Wes. So you talked about software upgrades, I believe. Are we getting off Lotus Notes completely yet? Like, have we got off Lotus Notes completely?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we aren't completely off of Lotus Notes. We are moving a lot of our business applications to other systems. We do have a few that are still currently on the system that are a little bit more of an undertaking to move those systems, but we are actively moving away from that system, yes.
Like all the bylaws and the complaint.
Correct.
Our bylaw complaints are still, so they're still there, but we are actively moving them off and onto whatever the new software is?
Correct. Currently, we are looking at those new software applications for that example. We are looking at a new application for that, working closely with the bylaw team in identifying what that new system will be, and then we'll look at a data migration strategy to move that information from the historic Lotus Notes system to the new platform.
Do we have a time frame by any chance?
I can definitely bring one back to council once, I guess once that plan has been devised for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, councillor. Further questions? Seeing none. Brian?
Just thank you to council for letting us go through these slides and walk through the corporate service update for 2022 and some of the things we're working on in 2023. And a huge thanks to the team for all their presenting and their work. And Jonathan, again, sorely going to be missed. There'll be a lot of tears on Friday.
Great. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. You may as well stay there, Brian.
Yeah, I was going to grab my computer.
Oh, certainly. Yeah, go ahead. So next is 10-2. Council is the Nickel Beach update. So Mr. Bowles will be going through that. Brian?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So Nickel Beach, when we brought Nickel Beach to Council in February, we know that it was kind of a quick report because there was a number of factors that had to be taken into account that we had to move on in a certain amount of time period. And unfortunately, at the time, we didn't get to talk about some of the components about the Fowler toad and how we kind of came to this spot. And we thought as staff, we would spend a little bit of time just talking to council and making sure anybody that may be watching, those in the audience tonight, to talk a little bit about the Fowler toad and kind of why we have to put some parking off the beach. So I have a couple slides on that, and then, and I have a clicker. That didn't work. Now it did. Okay, thank you. So a couple slides. So first of all, I think it was important that we talk about what kind of decision-making process, and I know council was involved in this, they kind of got us to where we are today. The first, just to put up there, is looking at our values. I wear them around my neck here. It's really about, one of our values is responsibility, and it's about we make tomorrow better. Another one, when we go through our strategic plan, there's a lot of conversation about environmental sustainability and sustainability itself. We had to take into account Valley, our key stakeholder, actually the owner of the beach. We also did a lot of research to see where people could park on sand or on beaches, and we noted that there are very few at this point in time. And we also had to continue working with our relevant authorities, being the ministry. And in doing all of that, we had to take into account those laws and regulations, and we just highlighted on this slide here that there is two real key sections that we have to look at, and it's Section 9 that prohibits the killing, harm, and harassment of species at risk, and Section 2 that prohibits damage to species at risk. When we've gone through with the ministry, there has been this overwhelming conversation that if vehicles do drive across toad habitat, and I'll show you a slide that comes up where the ministry has defined the toad habitat, we are at the risk of causing harm, and we would be at risk of violating that section. So the next slide here really talks a little bit about, and I apologize, some of these are a little technical, really talks about species at risk, and there's three components that I think just for council to be aware of. One is we have to identify the species, two, we have to protect the species, and three, there's a requirement to promote stewardship activities around the species. And at present, the Species at Risk program is managed by the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation, and Parks, the MECP. And we provided a couple of examples of other endangered species within Ontario. Now, with that said, a little bit about the history of the Fowler toad. If you kind of go back and look at, I guess, the legislation, you'll see in Ontario, it was first identified as threatened in 2008, endangered in 2010. In the rest of Canada, it was 2003 it was defined as threatened, and in 2012 it was endangered. I've also identified here that in the US, it's not. It's identified as least concern. So just I guess, down the way, it's not an endangered species. It is automatically protected because of the legislation, because it's been identified as there. Next slide. When we look at Nickel Beach, we do have documentation of the presence, and I have a couple slides to kind of talk to you about when that happened. And we do have to look at kind of the impacts going forward with respect to activities that parking on the beach would potentially have. There is a Fowler Toad strategy. You can go on the ministry's website and you can see that from the ministry, as well as how to help it recover. And my next slide really goes into the details. So this was actually in one of the documents going back and forth with the ministry that really identified the red area is where the Fowler toad was identified as being. And you can, I think anybody that's familiar with Nickel Beach can see that's the entranceway to Nickel Beach. And the issue that we really have is driving over and through the Fowler toad habitat. And we can talk a little bit about, as we get to kind of my later slides, where we actually talk about our recommendation is to actually do full study of the Fowler toad to see how it's progressed over a period of time and see if these lines are moving, to see if the Fowler toad is within these lines going forward. So we also, as we've gone kind of through this process, and I can say we've had some communication back and forth with the ministry. A lot of it's verbal, some of it's written. It's hard to kind of share the verbal components because those were conversations, but the written components are here, and I've tried to summarize them for council and for the public. And we are working on a website that we're actually just going to post our letters that go back and forth with the ministry with respect to the Fowler toad. So you can actually see one of the first ones we got was back in 2017 when we were looking at proposed beach maintenance, and they gave a number of recommendations on how to move forward. But I want to highlight to everybody that back in 2017, it was a different ministry. It was the Ministry of Natural Resources. And then in between 17 and 2020, there was some adjustments that occurred. We also had COVID. And then the MECP took over, which is the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation, and Parks. And when they took over, you might also remember that we were in a different kind of time period with respect to opening the beach, and that there was some additional advice received with respect to the beach, with respect to grading in 2020. And then time continues to move on, and we get to last year in 2022. Having worked with ministry and other organizations over a period of time, there was always this conversation about moving the washrooms off of the beach. And anybody that's been to that old washroom knows that it needed a little bit of work. Anybody should actually, if anybody got to see at the beginning of the season just how much sand it actually filled up with over the course of the winter months, you'd be quite impressed. But that washroom had to be decommissioned, and there was a conversation about where do you put the new washroom. And some in the city may even remember a time when there was a bonfire at Nickel Beach and people were parking, where we ended up putting the gravel. There was actually a playground where we put the gravel. So there was an assessment done, and staff and looking at this assessed it was outside of that range. It wasn't toad habitat, and we put the gravel down because we were going to put the washroom there. As well, there was some grading, and I think grading was done, and you'll see in the documents that we'll make public. Grading was done on the 5th and 6th. Traditionally, you're supposed to do it by the 1st. Staff did take the recommended precautions. There was no, I think, injury or violation to a toad when that work was done. But the ministry did identify on August 12th that they weren't happy with where the gravel was, and they weren't happy with the grading happening a couple days later. As well, they identified the western fence. There was a fence replaced with respect to the Valley Health and Wellness. You might know there's a fence that goes around Nickel Beach, and part of the leases we were supposed to replace that fence. So we replaced that fence. And they identified they didn't like the fence being replaced because it interfered I think in their view, with toad movement. And they also identified they don't like the on-beach parking. So ultimately, when we got that document on August 12th, we said there is 4 violations. And the city went forward. We talked to a biologist because we had we went through our process internally, and we identified all the safeguards were taken care of as we went through it. The May 1 date isn't a hard and fast all-in date rule. We identified that the fence was done because of health and safety, and that the gravel was put where it was not toad habitat. And that was our response back to the ministry at the time. And we didn't actually respond to the on-beach parking, because at the time, I think staff were looking at that is there or is there not going to be a violation notice for on-beach parking, something that's happened for the last number of years within the city. So that wasn't part of our immediate response. We also identified during that process of time that the MECP decided to remove the local rep and gave us an interim rep for a period of time. So then a couple other communications we went back and forth with the ministry on. September 28th, they came back and they said, we hear you on the fence, the gravel, but we'd still like you to remove the fence and remove the gravel. And on-beach parking, we'd like you to comment, because we don't think that you can do on-beach parking. So on October 20th, we responded back and we said, but the western fence is health and safety, and the gravel, we said, well, okay, fine, but everybody knew that we're trying to get the washrooms off the beach. Can we just rehabilitate maybe another area and support the toads in another area? Our conversation back and forth was that wasn't the preferred mechanism that they were looking for. And we said that we will, by all means, create some enhanced training and beach manuals going forward. So continuing to conversate, to discuss with the ministry between October 20th and December 13th, there was a final response that went back in December 13th that identified, again, that the western fence was health and safety. But there was a recognition that we're not going to argue back and forth about the gravel, because there are other places the washrooms can go, so we'll remove the gravel. And that's what staff put forward, that we can remove the gravel. We also identified at that point in time that we could potentially do a information gathering form, and we could put through a process with the ministry to say, okay, can you park on the beach, and what risks factors could we put in place to protect the toad? The complexity with the IGF model, which the ministry asked for, is it takes 9 to 12 months, potentially plus, they told us. And anybody that understands the beach season, the beach is going to open up in another month, roughly. So it was kind of like a complicated process to go through. But you also, when you do the IGF, you also have to identify, are you able to satisfy the criteria that I pointed forward in the regulation? And at that point in time, and continuing today, where the documented toad is, it would be very difficult for the city to say that a toad isn't going to get injured because we're driving through the toad habitat. And because of that, we kind of moved forward into this model where we talked to the ministry and we said, okay, we could have a conversation about where parking goes. And we kind of asked for, we're going to need a significant amount of time because we want to have public consultation, discussions, and the like going forward. Unfortunately, as we go back and we get to September, on my next slide, or January 18th, the ministry kind of responds back and says, well, we still want the fence to remove. And we looked at that and we said, well, the lake was really rough this year, and it removed the fence. So we talked to Valley, and there was a decision just not to put the fence back up, since the ministry was so against it. And we did remove the gravel that was there, but they still want to talk about the on-beach parking, and they said that authorization will be required, and they don't believe that we can meet the test to be able to drive across the area. So even if you did an IGF, your probability of success is very low. So it really put us in a position where we have a violation for parking on the beach. Even though no toad has been injured, we had to come up with a strategy going forward. And that's where on January 31st, we went back to the ministry and we said, well, we can put the amenities here, the washrooms and that here, and that's satisfied. And we went back to council and we said, here's some options for the parking lots. We can build some parking lots at the beginning at the front of Valet, and we can build them a little further down on Lake Road. And that kind of is what brought us to that. Ultimately, if you walk through these communications, and we're going to put them up public with a little bit of the commentary that I provided council tonight, you kind of get to a period of time where the city's position is a fence was replaced, gravel was put down to move amenities, which we were under the impression that we were supposed to move off of the beach. And those could be repaired pretty quickly, but the violation notice, which is independent of both, that says you can't park on the beach, is something that unfortunately for all of us, and from staff's perspective, the ministry says that that independent violation of parking on the beach, we don't have a mechanism over. So my remaining slides really are going to concentrate on how we can move forward as a community to open up the beach and make it possible so we can still access the beach going forward. So my next couple slides, maybe I should, sorry, to the mayor, do you want me to pause there if there are any questions, and then we can talk about how we open up the beach going forward?
Questions? Move ahead.
Okay. So if we look at how we can open up the beach going forward, we had the report in February. We really look at it to break it up into 4 zones. Zone 1 is right in front of the Valley parking lot, right in front of the entrance to the beach. We have Zone 2A, which is right on Lake Road, which we talked about. And then we're talking to, I guess, Zone 2B that you can see on the slide. We're talking to Valet in discussions about leasing that property so we can park some individual cars there. And then there is Zone 3 and Zone 4. And I have a couple slides to talk about why we decided or why we're recommending to council. We kind of break those out into 2 different slides. And we really look for council's input and advice on all of this as we go forward. So my next slide is, if we go back one, just from a technical perspective, if somebody's wondering, what does no stopping on road and what does no parking on road mean? Well, there's actually, it's a really interesting difference, and I thank our manager of bylaw for walking us through that. No stopping on road means not only can't you park, but you can't even stop. And the reason that area was deemed as no stopping and signage would go up there is because we need to make sure the entranceway to Valley remains open, and at the same time, we need to make sure that traffic keeps flowing, because we don't want the congestion. We don't want people pulling over, stopping, and letting people in and out. So what we've done is we said, you can see the red line that goes around the potential parking lot, Zone 2B. That area was kind of like, I guess you might have heard the term kiss and ride, where it says no parking. It means you can't park, but you could actually pull over to the side and let somebody out at that point in time. So our ability to be able to kind of drop somebody off is going to be back at that back lot. And many people might ask, well, why can't you come all the way up to Zone 1 to drop somebody off? And it's really going to be because that is like the pedestrian walkway. Not only is that like the entrance if somebody needs to get in to the beach, but that is where everybody's going to be walking from the back parking lots. And it's about 300 meters from that green parking lot to the entrance. So that is an area that we want to keep open and safe for people that are coming in. So on the next slide, when you look at Zone 1, the layout is a little different than the first proposal that we put forward. We were looking to use the lot that was up within the Valley current parking lot. Unfortunately, due to a number of issues, and anybody that's been in that area realizes that the substation, et cetera, for Valet is right there. It's a very complicated lot for us to get into. So for that purposes, we're kind of out in front of that lot, and you'll be able to see here a makeup. So there's a number of accessible spots as well as individuals that can park in that. And we'll use the pre-parking app, just the same model that we used when you were parking on the beach this year. We have worked with our biologist to also help identify local native plants and shrubs that we can plant the area with. Anybody that's been down there recently can see it's primed for that. And if you look closely, you can kind of see as an estimate of the number of trees that will actually be added to that area. I don't know if there's any questions on that Zone 1, and we could kind of do the zones individually from council.
Questions? Councillor?
I guess one or two on what you were talking about, the no parking and the no stopping.
Oh, yeah.
So what you're saying is nobody will be allowed to drive up to the gate to drop people off?
Yeah, during the like busy times, we would have somebody out that would basically turn you around. That's correct.
So how would anybody get to Zone 1 parking?
Well, they'll have pre-purchased Zone 1 parking
Okay.
with the original plan, so they would be able to show their pre-purchased Zone 1 parking, and we'll let them come into that. Or if they have an accessibility in their window, they'd be able to move forward into Zone 1.
Okay, so you need an accessibility pass to be able to get in. And I want this to get out so people know.
Yeah.
So before people get the wrong impression, we want people that have mobility issues to be able to come and use the beach.
Yes.
And if it takes that you have a pass for parking anywhere, that would be a pass to get you allowed up to the gate to drop people off.
Yeah, so if you have an accessibility, you can come up there, you can park, or if you have a Zone 1 pass, you'll be able to come up and park in Zone 1. From a staff perspective, we look forward to any comments that would give us other options from an operational perspective. We just know that there is going to be 200 parking spots further back, and that's going to be a lot of families that get there and come out. If traffic comes down during the day and there's not a lot of activity, I think we'll look to staff's judgment to let people kind of come through and come out. But again, in accordance with working with valet, who needs to keep that entranceway open, we also have to make ourselves aware of how traffic might back up on that road in front as people kind of pick up and drop off people. And that's why on busy weekends, we'd be recommending that we force the turnaround back at the back parking lots.
So are we basically gonna close the road? Like have an actual barricade across the road and only allow people in that can prove that they have already reserved a spot in Zone 1 through?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor. That is essentially the model on the busy days. That was what we would be doing.
Okay, I'm just thinking, we better get that out ASAP to let people know you're not gonna be able to get dropped off at the gate. You're going to have to walk. Because I'm sure that there are more than a few people that have ideas that, okay, somebody's gonna come and drop me off, and they're gonna go back home. And they're gonna drop me off at the gate. But now they're not going to be able to. So we have to communicate that in a hurry, all the time, everywhere, to let people know that your kiss and cry area is gonna be way back down the road. So anybody that comes with small children knows that there's gonna be quite the walk to get to the beach instead of up to the gate. That's has to be made public and emphatically that that's what's gonna happen. So when I first saw that, I wasn't sure exactly what no stopping on the road meant, but now that you've said that, so, okay.
Okay, Brian?
Okay. So my next slide goes into Zone 2A, talk about some of the specifics. Zone 2A is still being worked. Anybody can that's driven by the area will see that there's some gravel that's kind of accumulating, and we're getting ready to do some work out there. It may end up getting done in 2 spots. You can see ideally what we're aiming for is an entrance at the top of Lake Road and then an entrance or an exit at the bottom of Lake Road to help facilitate traffic flowing through, especially at the end of the day. It's about, to that bottom green that you see in the picture on the slide, it's about 300 meters to the entrance. To the back green, it's about 400 meters to the entrance of the beach. You can also see the purple delineated lines. Everything to the right actually gets denoted as parkland. As soon as you go to the left of the of the purple line, you actually get into private property, or you get into what is actually a road. And that will be actually important in a future slide that we'll talk about potentially an unsolicited offer that could provide some golf carts, etc., but those would only be able to ride or be utilized if council was to look to go forward on the park side or our private property. So when you do look at this, the goal ultimately is to fill this whole amount, but this may be, and I think I've expressed in verbal communication at the last meeting, done into components. You may find that the part to the left, I don't know how to, I guess to the left of the property of the house that's on Lake Road would get built first, and then the area behind it would get built second. And a part of that is we're still working through the appropriate agencies because there is a waterway that goes through, and we'll have to put a culvert to go over top of it. And then 2 other slides just on Zone 1 and Zone 2AB. When we're looking at the times and kind of hours of operations, we would and we will be recommending that we would make these lots closed, just like we do parks in the evenings, just like we would have done on Nickel Beach otherwise. And we would actually lock it outside of those times. And part of that is there is a toad on the beach, and we can't, we have to leave the spot. The toad is most likely to come out in the evening, and that's where this would kind of facilitate that. So from Victoria Day right through to the end of September, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., we'd have it open. Anybody can come and park going forward. And then my next slide really talks about pricing. We've talked about this in the previous report back in February, but Monday to Thursday would be $40, and Friday and Saturday would be $50 in Zone 1, and it's $20 back in Zone 2A and B. And we came up with these pricing just looking at what the pricing at other beaches are. Some beaches have a mechanism where you pay per person when you're going onto a beach. Our beach, we have recommended to council, would be a free beach to come to, but you would have to pay for parking. So instead of paying in 2 components, paying for parking and paying to enter the beach, as in some municipalities, we would just charge 1 fee for parking. So on that, I don't know if there's any questions on Zone 1 and 2.
You want to mention the Participate Pass?
Oh, sorry.
Great minds think alike.
Thank you, Mayor. And the Participate Pass, so anybody that has a Participate Pass in the city of Port Colborne would be able to park in Zone 2A or 2B for free of charge.
Great. Questions? Councillor?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Brian. With the Participate Pass, you have to go online to reserve your spot and say that you have a Participate Pass?
Through the mayor to the councillor and council, the only area that you have to go online to book in advance is Zone 1. Like last year when we ran the beach, everybody had to go online to book their spot, and if you had a Participate Pass, you just drove onto the beach. You didn't have to pre-record. This year, what we're recommending is if you want to park in Zone 1, you're going to have to pay for Zone 1 no matter who you are. But in Zone 2A and 2B, if you have a Participate Pass, you just show up. You find a spot, it's free. If you don't find a spot, we don't have a spot. Like we don't have a mechanism to guarantee a spot. You can park for free if there's a spot available in Zone 2A or 2B.
So people from outside, say just outside of town that don't have a Participate Pass, they can book their parking spot before they get there?
They can book it and they can pay the $40 or $50 on the weekend.
Okay, but in 2A and 2B, you can book in advance for parking? No.
Only place you can book in advance, what we're recommending, is Zone 1. Everything else will be just like a normal parking lot. You show up, you use your honk app, like we do at Canal Days, like we do at the boat ramp, like many other municipalities do, and you just pay for your parking. First come, first serve.
You pay when you get there, Counselor.
Okay, once you got a spot, that's,
Yeah.
okay, that I did not understand, so, because I'm trying to think if people with participate passes fill up the parking lot, there's no spots left for people that want to come from out of town or somewhere else. Right. Okay, that's good, thanks.
Counselor.
Thank you, Worship. I believe we've done some studies through the last year now that we have Participate Pass and when it was a free beach and you could drive down. And that was the amount of residents, vehicles, or the amount of residents that visit Nickel Beach. I'm wondering if you have those numbers.
Right.
Through the mayor to the councillor and council, on the busiest weekend we'd have about 30 cars from the city of Port Colborne that would come to the beach. I know I have our rec manager there. Am I right with that number? Yeah. So there is uptake. It's more uptake than we've had in previous years. Last year was a very positive year for locals using the beach. So when you actually do look at the two lots, Zone 2A and 2B, once fully built out, they should have about 200 plus spots. Last year, we were accommodating 200 people on the beach. So we do have as many spots as we used to have to be able to accommodate people on the beach, and the number of Participate Pass on our busiest day would be about 30.
Counselor? Counselor Borgard.
Through your worship, to Director Bowles, with 200, I was going to ask about the total amount of parking spaces available. So with 200 parking spaces, is that enough to accommodate the amount of people that come to Nickel Beach on a daily basis?
Yeah. Through the mayor to the councillor and council, I appreciate the question, and I apologize. So last year, we accommodated 200 people, and I think we're all
200 cars.
200 cars. And as we're all talking today, we're going to be learning how many cars are going to come when they have to walk, whereas they used to be able to drive directly onto the beach. So to say with any definity, I don't know what the answer, specifically how to answer that question. I know historically, when you can park on the beach, we'd have 200 people, and we accommodated those 200. But I'd also point out that historically, we turned a lot of people away, too.
Okay. So you don't have it on there, but it's Zone 3, I believe, right? The orange? And that's paid parking too, right?
I have a couple slides.
Oh, you do?
Through the
Okay.
mayor to the councillor, I have a couple slides on Zone 3 and 4, which we can talk about.
Okay, then
Question, Counselor Hoyle?
To the mayor, to Ms. Bowles. My question is about accessibility. We're going to potentially charge residents the $50 to use those accessible parking lots? Or will they, with their participate and their accessibility card, be not charged at those spots?
Through the mayor to the councillor and councillor, I really appreciate the question. If you have a Participate Pass and you have the accessibility, you will be able to come up and use that lot for free without pre-booking it. And if that wasn't clear, and I know we're going through a lot of operational components, and our manager of communications is going to help us make this a little maybe simpler as we get it out to the public. But if you are from Port Colborne, you have a Participate Pass, you have an accessibility, you'll be able to park right at the front entrance for free.
Okay. Counselor Borgard?
through your worship to Director Lewis. Just two items I just want to bring to your attention. I'm not sure if you've had the opportunity to evaluate these, but on Ferris Street, like heading up, it's kind of an incline there, and towards Nickel Beach, and that's going to be a no parking location, I believe you stated, but you can drop people off. So one concern I have there is it's all grass on the side of the roads, on the side of the road. What are we going to do to prevent that from getting torn up by vehicles constantly pulling over, tearing it apart? And then the second question before you answer that one, there is what appears to be a sidewalk. I'm not sure if it's still there. I'm looking at Google, just Google Maps right now, and it's an image from 2016. But there is a sidewalk that goes up there as well, and it's really old. In this photo, it looks really old and not taken care of. Just want to make sure that staff beautify it or at least take care of it at some point. Yeah, make it safe, and because that will be traversed quite a bit.
Yeah, through the mayor to the council, we definitely will. And with respect to if there's wear and tear, we will be having to maintain the whole section, provided, and right now we're of full belief in our conversation with Valet we'll be able to lease this in time, but we will have to maintain the whole lot, and if there is additional wear and tear, we'll work with Public Works to see what we can do to, reduce some of that, because we don't want people also having to pull over and drop people off in mud and the like. That's not going to create the beach experience that anybody wants.
If it was built by Chester Johnson, Councillor, it'd probably be like pristine. You can walk around Linwood and Homewood and Sugarloaf and you'll see 1959 written in the sidewalk, and 2 blocks are the original. So, I mean, that guy knew what he was doing. Councillor Bagu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have the same questions as Councillor Hoyle.
Thank you. Okay, Brian?
Okay, thanks.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship. Just to, maybe right now, to put in context going forward, just listening to my colleagues do that, could you provide for us, we've had it in previous slides, in 2022, what was the revenue at Nickel Beach?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor and council. I do have a slide coming up.
Oh, okay.
And it's about $360,000.
And the expenses?
Well, they were like 359, and I have a slide to talk about kind of why that was. We had to hire a biologist. There was some adjustments with the HST that kind of caused that. On a normal year, we would have made, or that beach would have produced almost $70,000 for the city.
Great. And just lastly then, if I could, you did the 2023 budget, and we've had these number of changes. So what is the, I won't bother you with the revenue and expense, but what is the net result of your estimates for revenue and expense for 2023?
Well, if we hit the model that we were talking about at the last council, our goal is still to break even and this to be a self-sustaining entity. If there is a deficit, we have built up over the last number of years a beach reserve, and we'd use the beach reserve to fund that deficit, and we continue to work on the beach to make it a self-sustaining entity and repay not only for the parking lots, but for the beach operations in future years. And as I expressed to council, it may take a year, it may take 2 years that we're going to have to go through this learning curve together. But I think many have confided or mentioned to myself that it's such a valuable asset to the citizens and to those that like to visit and come and visit the Niagara region. It's the ability to move to a self-sustaining entity is one that I think a lot of people want to talk about.
Right. So I think if I remember, was it around a deficit of around 20,000 for this year?
Yeah, so the original, thank you, through the mayor to the councillor, the original budget was a deficit of 20,000 this year, and it was because of hiring the biologist.
Thank you.
Okay, Brian, we'll move along.
Thank you. My next slide does actually give a little more definition to what parking for no parking and no stopping basically means, and that is, and I know Councillor Elliott had some questions about it, but the concept of a kiss and ride, and I know most of us are used to that being right at the maybe the front door of an organization, and I think staff would love to do it at the front door. Staff are just expressing the safety considerations to consider with respect to that, and having the kiss and ride further back would provide for a much safer environment for everybody visiting the beach. And then the no stopping, as noted, is basically a spot where you can't park or stop. There will be fines, and we will be coming back at the next, based on conversation and input we get from council tonight, and any input we get from council over the next week, we will come back with a final report to approve a bylaw at the May 9th with the recommendations with respect to fines for anybody that might violate that. So my next slide is talking about parking in Zone 3. And you'll see we broke up Zone 3 and 4. In our original report, the comment was we would make that whole area, Zone 3 and 4, basically no parking unless you had a participate pass. And after a lot of discussion internally, we come back to council maybe with a revision to that original plan. And it would be to have Zone 3 where you could have paid parking. So you would, if you park with a permit, you park with your participate pass, or there is the $20, just like in Zone 2A or B, there is a paid parking option. You can park in that zone. And our thought really was to that, if we created that zone, that buffer between the beach and the parking areas, the people that are coming down to it would see that you have to still pay, or you have to have your participate, your permit in that area. And they'd be enticed to come to the closer spot. They want to get as close to the beach as possible. But this would also provide kind of that mechanism that should there be a need, there are some additional spaces there that can be used. And then when you get to Zone 4, the concept was we would just leave that as kind of unmarked. So it would still be like anywhere else in the city of Port Colborne where you can park for free any given day. And our goal was, and our thought process for council to consider in these decisions is really, if somebody is in Zone 3 and they can't call customer service and get the permit, they can't find their participate pass and somebody comes over, it at least gives that buffer that somebody in Zone 3 could park just on one street over and then potentially walk down the street. It's not an ideal situation, but it's a mechanism to attempt to create that balance where there is an ability for somebody living in Zone 3 to still have multiple options to park in front of their property with a participate pass or a temporary permit from the city, or they could just park in the Zone 4 parking. It was a way to try to find that balance. So we didn't make the whole neighborhood subject to the no parking model. Now it may be that beachgoers find their way all the way up, and we come back to council and we talk to council about the impact that beachgoers may have on the community, and maybe we have to expand the signs to say you need a participate pass or not. But we'd look for that community and council to help give us some advice with respect to that. So I don't know if we jump over to Zone 4, and just for clarity, because there's an arrow, I guess, the Zone 4 is the area, I guess, a little bit further north. I don't know if there's any questions with respect to Zone 3 or Zone 4 and what staff are kind of trying to propose to council.
Councillor Hoyle?
Through you, the mayor. I do have a couple questions. I see the goal is actually you feel Zone 1, Zone 2A, Zone 2B, right? And then everything else that filters northward. My issue is that there's a lot of people in Zone 3 and 4 that the chances of them even getting a participant is pretty low. Now we're going to tell them you can't park in front of your house. There's also properties that don't even have driveways there, just so you know, in that area. A lot of them get different kind of assistance from the outside. So now they're coming in, and now we're saying, hey, guess what, you can't park out front.
Brian?
Yeah. So through the mayor to the councillor, ultimately, the recommendation for Zone 3 really comes as staff's listening to what happened during the COVID experience. And a lot of parking, if council remembers, the water level was high. It was very difficult to get people onto the beach. We had parking that all the way up, went up Welland Street, and people started parking in that neighborhood. And there was a real concern that people were parking in that neighborhood. So the attempt here is to try to head that off at the pass, per se, and give a mechanism where you couldn't just necessarily park in that neighborhood, and if there was, there would be rules and bylaws in that to help regulate that. So one option always is to deal with the concern of, not being able to get a participate pass or didn't have a driveway. It's not to make that a paid parking zone. Like, that is always an option, and if council or the residents were to direct staff accordingly, staff would fulfill that. And then an alternative mechanism, I guess, is to go through the process. Staff are looking at going out with a campaign to go door-to-door knocking, put some information in mailboxes and on door handles so people could register, provide multiple mechanisms to register going forward, and to help educate those within the area. As well, I think a councillor at some point in time gave me some questions or asked me a question, and I thought it really resonated well with me. It's what happens if somebody kind of didn't understand how this was all working and they got a parking ticket. We can look from a staff perspective to develop a mechanism that if somebody in the neighborhood did get a parking ticket, we could have a one-time kind of exemption, and then we could work people through a process where we could then get them a participate pass to fix this going forward.
Councillor?
Through the mayor, actually, that was one of my next questions. I was
Okay.
to say, what mechanism would we have in place if a resident in front of their house gets tagged?
Right.
Right, so they can, I just don't see the purpose of tagging people in front of their house. It just doesn't resonate well with me right now. That's why I'm sure a lot of the people in that area would just prefer no parking. Just to be honest. Thank you.
Okay, further questions? Councillor Baggio?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did get a letter from a resident regarding that area, and so just for clarity, parking is allowed in Zone 3 after 9 p.m.
Sorry, I'm just going, yeah, so, sorry, through the mayor, it would only be the paid parking or the restricted parking during the hours of beach operations. It'd be normal parking possibility after hours.
Okay, so the beach closes at 9 p.m., so 8:59, you can still get a ticket. You know what I'm getting at. There's got to be some leeway there with our bylaw. And communication with the affected residents, to me, is very important. You say we're going to go out pretty soon and give the residents all this information for them to fill out and stuff, but I think their comments are also important, what they want in their neighborhood, what they think. They have people just visiting, popping in from St. Catharines or whatever. It doesn't matter where they come from. They just pop in. Like, I pop in on people all the time. And, not everybody remembers a participate pass, or they got to park half a block down to visit their friend and stuff like that. So there is going to be some pain with the residents, and I urge you to, when you do go to these residents, to get their comments and their concerns and take them very serious, and try to make the least, bad experience they can get, because it's going to be bad enough, maybe, if we get the people to the beach. So, okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Further questions? Councillor Hoyle?
Just a question about the temporary permit. People come in from all over, so if it's a person visiting a resident in 3 or 4 zones, can I get that permit on a weekend?
Yeah, so through the mayor to the councillor and council, I think that's where the component of splitting Zone 3 and 4 up, so only Zone 3 was impacted with the no park, and Zone 4 was just left as normal, because it does provide that opportunity for somebody to park over there. But we'd also identify that, like, the recommendation is that individuals in Zone 3 would go and get the participate pass, which would act as the resident's parking pass. And if somebody did come and visit them, they could put that pass on their dashboard, and that would then become a mechanism. So even if they didn't call in and get a temporary permit, if they had the participate pass, they could put it on their visitors on the weekend. So we would propose that would be a mechanism, because I think, as the councillor knows, it would be very difficult. We could staff if council, required us to staff, or we looked at that, but right now we don't have staff for the weekend for that temporary permit.
Yeah, I just think the biggest thing is to get out there, like, I don't know, within the next week or two, start going door to door, collecting information. You'll see and you'll hear all the stuff I've heard. So, and you'll get a better idea of what the residents in that area are looking for. Besides, I keep hearing about trash cans, so around it would be Zone 2B, but I would imagine that's already part of it.
Yeah, so through the mayor to the councillor, that is correct. There will be additional trash cans put throughout, including 2B, and there will be a mechanism to pick those up. If I can just ask, because taking good questions, and sorry to the councillor Hoyle, I know you've been talking to residents. Did you say that residents would rather just be like you couldn't park on the streets, or that residents would like parking with the participate pass?
The residents I talked to are not keen on going to get the participant, and they basically said that they're probably not going to call for a permit. When people just drop by, they don't know when they're dropping by, and they're just going to drop by, and a gathering happens. So a legitimate gathering, let's put it that way. So that's what their concern is, and they just rather stay where it is, and the beach parking stays in the other 3 zones, and that in Zone 3 and 4, it basically is a resident. It's parking only, like to the people that actually live there. That was the suggestion that I got, but again, once you get out door to door and have that communication with them, maybe you can get a different perspective, but this is all the stuff I've been fielding for the last 2 days.
Councillor?
Through you to Brian, or perhaps even the chief. I mean, we've walked this walk before in 2020, and we learned from it. And so shouldn't those lessons learned work now? So it was free reign. Everybody descended on Port Colborne at Nickel Beach. They parked everywhere. We got complaints. We kept tweaking it till I believe we got those issues resolved that Councillor Hoyle's speaking about, and maybe Councillor Beauregard can speak to it too. But I thought by a particular point after a few weeks in 2020, and remember we had, and this is important for the later discussion, we had parking on the beach, and we had access in a large block area there at Rodney, and we had people parking on Davis, and we had people parking on all those streets around there. And somehow we were able to get that under control. And now I'm hearing we're visiting a problem that we already knew how to take care of in 2020 when we finally got it right. And so I don't know that we have to start at the year dot to get it right again. I think we take the lessons learned on that street parking and implement them right from the get-go. We've got these lots, which we know how many people are there. So effectively replacing what was on beach property. We know the numbers, what we did. We've increased the fees. We really need a finite number of people down, and in the first 3 or 4 weeks of or 2 weeks of the busy summer, we'll find out, if all this is working. But at the end of the day, I don't think we're starting from scratch here. And so I'm wondering if somebody, or maybe it's the chief who had experience with it, or Brian, I mean, and you guys in Ward 2 may remember, what we actually did, because I remember Councillor Demeray sitting here, and all of this was going on, and we kept squeezing and putting up signs and doing all that. And at one point, we actually got it under control. Shouldn't that just be the new starting point?
Brian?
Through the mayor and to the councillor and council, and maybe the chief wants to comment, but the biggest thing that brought it under control was enforcement. There was a lot of enforcement that ended up being done because people were able to park and they paid for parking in that zone at that point in time, but there were still a lot of complaints. And the goal here would be that we're trying to limit, or I guess disincentivize, people parking in that neighborhood so that neighborhood isn't impacted by beachgoers really parking there. So we're trying to come with a model to maybe make it so they can't, beachgoers aren't parking in that neighborhood. And we're trying to cut it off, but ultimately it was enforcement. And I don't know if the chief had anything else to add, but there was a lot of enforcement that happened. And then I think at the end of it, I think council ended up with the number of individuals. We ended up shutting the beach early that year because of the number of people in that subdivision. And that's why the proposal here is to try to limit the people parking in that subdivision.
Chief?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, I think what we're trying to do is just take that proactive approach. There has been lessons, not making excuses. We didn't take over bylaw till 21, so some of those lessons may have been lost on me, but that proactive approach is definitely what we want. I think the question here is how much effort do we want to throw at some bad apples that will always be bad apples? I think the majority of the people that come to our city follow the rules. I think it's just we want to protect our residents' interests the best we can. And right now, I think this is the best option we have going forward right now.
Councillor? Thank you. Councillor Borgard?
Your worship, to Director Bowles. I know we've had some discussion about enforcement in our conversations. What will enforcement look like in the summer months? Maybe through you and to the chief. Will it be happening, like we'll have someone that is dedicated specifically to that area and to regarding parking enforcement?
Chief?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, we're going to stay very fluid this summer. We do have a part-time employee coming on, starts, I believe, next week, and the main focus is going to be parking in the beach ends. That's our biggest issue during the summer. Again, it's going to be by what we see, and if we do have more interactions that need our involvement, then we'll up our attendance to that area.
Councillor?
Sorry, through you. So it's going to entail Nickel Beach and all the beach ends as well. So there's going to be one officer doing all of that.
Chief?
Through the mayor to council, right now that's what I'm suggesting is going to happen. Again, we're going to stay fluid, and we have a multitude of other issues within the city that we want to stay active and take care of them so other things don't slide. I think we're going to have to see what comes out of, like, what kind of attendance we get, and if there is a need, we will up the ante if needed. If not, we will go and take care of other issues within the city. Again, we're going to stay very fluid through the first part of the year, and we'll go with Councillor Bruno's lessons learned in May and June. We'll dictate July and August.
Councillor?
Well, through you, I am somewhat concerned with with that response, one officer doing quite a large area. And we know the hardest part is probably going to be at the beginning when everything's going to be a little bit chaotic. So I really hope there's a major focus on this area at first. So I guess he would like to, the chief would like to speak.
Yeah. Chief?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, we did see a somewhat significant decrease in issues down at the beach ends last year, just with flow and I think through education. I think as long as we have a strong presence May and June and we keep that educational approach, I think we'll nip it in the butt pretty quick. If not, again, we can gear up and put more of a focus on that issue.
Counselor?
Yep. I have a couple other questions through you to Director Bowles. You mentioned maybe like a one-time exemption for an individual who gets a ticket but actually lives in that area. They may be exempt one time. I'm leaning more towards you live there, no matter how many times it's done, they should be able to get off scot-free. Like they live there. So I don't know if we can, not a one-time exemption, but something much more than that. And then my last question is actually more of a comment. I'm wondering, because there's going to be a short period of time before you start doing the communications campaign and from when the beach actually opens up. I'm wondering if we can maybe do a temporary permit where every house just gets 2 permits, and that way they have it, and maybe go from there. I'm just kind of thinking off the top of my head, wondering what your thoughts would be.
Brian?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor. So I think if I do the second one first, so it's permits, and then it was everyone off. So I guess the question is, I guess from staff perspective, which we're putting in front of council, is that the participate pass is the permit. So if everybody got a participate pass, everybody would have a permit. And that was kind of, I guess, our thought process was, and then you just put the participate pass in your car, and there's no change to one's way of life. Because you can park on the street whenever you want with that participate pass, and nothing changes. If you go to, I guess every time, if you just don't get one and you get a ticket every time, I guess the complexity is just going through the ticketing process. And for bylaw, we want bylaw to go out and give tickets to people that don't have a permit or didn't pay or aren't doing things correctly. And it's finding that balance between, do we write a ticket and then somebody has to come into the city hall to challenge the ticket to have it then ripped up. And I guess it goes back to your second comment. Your second question is, could we just give everybody a participate pass or everybody a permit? And that's ultimately what staff is recommending. Give everybody that's in these houses permits, and nothing changes to the way that they operate.
Counselor?
Through you to Director Bowles. So I guess the difference between my temporary permit and what we're offering is that we actually go and give it to them without them having to come to City Hall and register. So we are proactive in that capacity. And it just be maybe for a couple months they get this pass, and it's just, here you have it now, but know that this will lapse and you need to go get the actual pass. Something along that nature. And in regards to the enforcement, the one-time exemption of a parking infraction, I was thinking that, well, I guess it just kind of come to my head. If they come here to come to City Hall, and because that's what will happen. They get the ticket, they have to come to City Hall and justify or prove that they live there. I guess at that point, they might as well get the pass because they're already here. So it could be a one-way, okay, yeah, that's fine. And we deal with it, and then we give them the documentation to do to get the pass. And then it's a one-stop shop, I guess, in that capacity. Just a thought.
Brian?
So through the mayor to the councillor and council, I think that your recommendation is staff's recommendation too. that you have the pass process, and if you do get a ticket, we can work through a process of an exemption, and hopefully we can register you for a participate pass. I think your comment of just giving everybody in that neighborhood maybe 2 temporary passes with the encouragement to get the participate pass from, I guess I can't speak for the whole team that's not necessarily here, but I can take that back to the team. It sounds like a very doable process where we could give everybody a pass in that neighborhood that's there, go door to door as we go and hand out the brochures and talk about the participate pass. If council, I guess, was to say that was the equivalent or that was fine, we 100% could hand out to everybody 2 temporary passes. It gets us off the ultimate program for the participate that I think council was looking to build, but if that is a mechanism to continue moving forward, staff will take that with direction and can do something there from council.
You can. I mean, it sounds like you're duplicating. I mean, ultimately, you want everybody on a participate pass.
Well,
that's the only thing. Like, whether you got a participate pass or a temporary pass, it gives you the same. Well, it doesn't. The temporary pass allows you for your neighborhood. The participate pass is good for everything we do across the city that we take participate passes for. So, I mean, to me, this is a good way to get a neighborhood. If they only want to use it for parking on their street, that's fine. You want to keep this as simple as possible. And to hand them one pass and then hopefully they go get a participate pass, and if they don't, then they get a ticket. Now you got a resident complaining about a ticket. Just give them a participate pass. I mean, to me, it's as simple as that. Go ahead, Councillor.
Well, it's just, I guess it's an intermediate step to that. I'm not trying to get us off the path. It's just, there's going to be an issue. I am anticipating that there's going to be a lot of people who do not get their pass, and there's going to be a lot of tickets that are going to happen, and this could be one way to limit that. It's just, and we're being more proactive by giving them these whatever temporary passes. So,
we'll just give them
my thoughts.
Participate pass as opposed to 2 steps. When they're going door to door, if there's somebody home, then they can hand out their participate pass.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying is, you want to be proactive. That's the best way to be proactive, because you're not going to catch everybody at home. So, if you catch 20% at home, you could hopefully hand out 20% of those passes. Regardless if it's a participate pass or a temporary parking pass, you're in the same boat now. They got to contact us because they're not there.
Well, through you to Director Bowles, what's it take to get a participate pass? What kind of information is required?
Through the mayor to the councillor, your name, your address. We went through a process, and council remember this when we did the beach. There was a lot of people that maybe didn't have they didn't want to go out and get their ID, but we wanted to register people. So when you were driving onto the beach, we required you to show your ID and your pass at the same time. But for parking in this neighborhood, a lot of conversations internally, and I think the most appropriate model is going to be if they give us their name and address, they can have a participate pass.
Yeah, keep it pretty simple. Try to keep it as simple as possible for our staff when they're going out there, and try to get rid of as many as you can for those that are home, and those that aren't home, they've got the card they're putting in their mailbox or on their door handle, and they call us and we'll mail them out. I mean, Jonathan's team has mailed them out before, so. Or somebody says, hey, I'm coming uptown to the market on Friday, I'll walk in and pick it up. I mean, we get that all the time here.
Through the mayor to the council, I don't know the breakdown between zone 3 and 4, but I know in the total area, about a third of people already have a participate pass as a starting point between zone 3 and 4 combined.
That's pretty good. Okay. Anything further, Brian?
I just have a couple just to show council to make sure that we got full transparency on this whole project. The parking lot, we went to council, we asked for a budget of 1.3. We were really early in the project, and you saw by the correspondence back and forth with the ministry where we've been basically saying, as the process went through, that there was alternatives. And anyways, the time limit, because we're back in council in February of 2023, we basically said $1.3 million, most likely to build these parking lots. As we continue to work through the project, we now have the estimate down to about $800,000. We are working with Valley, obviously, on negotiating a lease for 2B, as well as we are looking at zoning or paving that zone. Sorry, we originally thought we might have to asphalt Zone 2A, but we know we don't have to now because we've tested the soil and everything out there. We can leave it as granular. And this $800,000, just to give greater clarity, and if it wasn't identified in Zone 1, it will be asphalted at the front as you're coming in. And that's something that we know from staff, citizens have been asking forever to do an asphalt on the way in. So that $800,000 will include that asphalt, and will include, may not be on day one, but as we go through forward, some improvements to the fence. So when you get up there, anybody that's seen that fence knows that the barbed wire is basically falling down, and anybody could kind of walk over it. So that fence will be cleaned up as well within that $800,000. So that was the budget, it down significantly. A couple other comments for beach operations. Really, we did receive an unsolicited offer with respect to beach operations. It cost us approximately $70,000. It would be for 2 drivers that would be able to drive a golf cart to and from Zone 2A to the front of the beach. Now, just for clarity, we can't go on the sand because you can't cross the red zone. So it's about 300-400 yards. It works best, and you can all remember from the pictures, there's 2 entranceways on Lakeport Road. It works best when we have that second entranceway on Lakeport Road because you can come right into the parking lot. Until then, you can only go up to where that purple line was in that earlier slide because you got to stay in the parkland. The golf carts can't go outside of the parkland. So for all intents and purposes, that is an option that does exist for us. We will assess internally and come back to council. Maybe we want to do an IGF after we have a biologist study the toad for the course of this year. Maybe we can get golf carts onto the beach and find a mechanism to cross in the future. But we will be looking at that. Now, obviously, nobody budgeted to have this transportation model, but I understand that some councillors were interested in hearing about the opportunity. And given that an individual came forward with this, we would say that if we went forward with it and council was to nod or that, we could come back with a formal report for council to make a final decision. I look forward to councilors' either input tonight or in the coming days, and we can do that. But we would have to go to the beach reserve to fund a project like this. So that's one item. The other couple items is we were looking at, many people talked about, well, can we make it easier if people have to carry as much to the beach and back? We have looked at purchasing some chairs that people could rent on the beach. So they don't have to carry chairs in going forward. Rent them for $5 as an option. Also doing some research at other beaches where you walk in and out of, looking at the potential to have a couple boxes along the beach where we could have bring a toy, leave a toy, where people could leave some toys for their children in that, so they don't necessarily have to carry them in and out on. So those were things that we're looking at. Beach hours, which we've talked about, we'd essentially be locking the beach at 9 p.m. to 7 a.m., which is pretty consistent. It is consistent with our parks mandate. Our parks are closed at nighttime anyways, so this would just be following that. And then, as I noted earlier, we basically, by producing Zone 2A and 2B, we'd be producing as many parking spots as we had in the 2022 year when we were selling out. Now, realizing that parking off the beach is a very different experience from parking on the beach, but talking to many people, it may take a while to get the word out, but Nickel Beach is still a spectacular beach, and accessing that beach is something that many people, I think, is still worth working on a program to do. So my next, or maybe I should just stop right there. I don't know if anybody has any, or council, as staff, we're looking for any thoughts on some of these initiatives to what you might think.
Questions down here? Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Brian. Do we have any idea if that 70,000 is a good price?
Yeah, so I think it's a fair, through the mayor to the councillor and council, it's a good question. We recalculated, we can't do it ourselves for the 70 by the time we work in our staffing, our rental, and all of that component. It's actually a group from the marina. Actually, the individual from the marina came to watch and see what the what any comments that council might say. It's a bunch of individuals that have significant tenure in the city that are interested in putting a project together to do this. They do have a mechanism to have a business number, insurance, and the like. But we have looked at it, and from a staffing perspective internally, we wouldn't recommend that staff take this on. We'd recommend we do outsource it. So what I can give you is, we don't think we can do it ourselves for this, but we have not gone out for an RFP because with the time limits going on, this was an unsolicited offer that came to us, and we're just letting you know it came to us.
Councillor?
So, through you, Mayor. So it's not on the table to vote on it, it's just this is what the offer was. And seeing how there's interest, I mean, would you not go, but seeing what the dollar figure is, would you not go to an RFP?
Yeah, so through the mayor to the councillor, 100%, we go to an RFP. It is going to take, we're probably 6 weeks, 8 weeks out. Not to say it's not the right way, we're just bringing it forward to council to consider and to see if there's interest for us to go out to. If you're interested in us going to an RFP, if you're interested in coming back with a formal proposal, this is just working through the questions, and this is the city of Port Colborne and Council's beach, so we're just looking for your input to tell us.
Okay, just one last comment. It just that it adds an extra $70,000 to the operating cost of the beach that we hadn't budgeted for. Don't even know how many people would take advantage of it. I'm assuming quite a few because you can't get close enough to the gate to drop people off. But there's no cost recovery for us in it, right? It's just a straight expense.
So through the mayor to the councillor and council, in year one, definitely no cost recovery. Potentially there's options in future years, specifically if it was possible to take the golf cart onto the beach, it may become a cost recovery kind of model, but there's no guarantee. And right now, what we have in front of us is it's not a cost recovery. It would be a mechanism to provide an experience, a convenience to those that come to the beach.
Okay. And I guess one last question, not with regards to the presentation, but mainly there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of work down the beach in the last 2 weeks. How ready are we going to be when you drop the green flag? Brian?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor and council, we do have a plan to be able to pave the front part of the beach to be able to enter it. Obviously, Valley's have been a great partner, but there is amendments that have to be made, and they're working through those with respect to our lease, and that has to be finalized before we can move into those final stages. We understand that's going to come soon, but we don't have that as I'm speaking to today. If need be, we can park people down on the gravel, but ultimately we want that to be paved so that way we can have the accessibility spots. And the area out back, we are working through the process. We've had great dialogue with the related environmental partners, and there will be a decision made shortly to either go, as I was mentioning earlier, to go forward and do kind of the area to the right of the, if you're looking kind of at the parking lot to the right of the house that's there, and or do the whole component. And doing the whole component really comes into just finalizing some stuff with the MPCA, because council will know there is a waterway that kind of goes along there, and we need to make sure the culvert and that all gets appropriate engineering drawings. So the timeline is exceptionally tight, but We do anticipate to be able to have the gravel down, to be able to park people in Zone 2A, at least to the area to the right of the house.
So
Counselor?
Yeah, through you, just picking up on what you said. We're in a holding position because of the MPCA right now?
Just on that water location. So it's just if we can get the second entrance out back, it's really working with the MPCA with respect to that water area.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Counselor Baga?
And sorry, if I could just say, the MPCA has been a great partner, been on site working with us the whole time.
Counselor Baga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One question that residents sent in to me, the golf cart access, is this permitted on a road? The legality issues?
So through the mayor to the councilor and council, can we just go back a couple slides just to really make it clear? I guess you have to go back to zone, like the very first slide I had on the zones. Okay, sorry, come back. I went too far, sorry. Go back one more. The other way. Right here. You can see the purple line there. So I know maybe people at home can't necessarily see this. Maybe council can't see it because it's so far. But this area to the right of this purple line is parkland. So we'd have to stay on the parkland and come in this way for the golf carts. The golf cart won't be able to go on the road, but it's parkland. It's parkland right up to get into that Zone 2A parking lot.
Thank you. So pretty well where that boat is, that we plant flowers in, that's parkland from there.
From there
towards the
south,
beach.
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor.
It's not a legal road.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Mayor.
Councilor. Yeah.
Counselor Bruno?
Thank you, Worship. One, just before we get to the transportation issue. The beach closing at 9. Having been around beaches, 9 means 10, because people stay till 9. And usually the people you're trying to get off the beach at 9 aren't always cooperative or in a state of cooperation. So I don't know what 8 o'clock means times 120 days, times staff, times security. Could we look at that?
Brian, can I answer that? They start moving people at 8 o'clock, Counselor.
Okay.
As somebody that uses the beach quite a bit, they want you, they're, what you're saying, they start at 8.
Okay.
So by
That's a
9,
difference.
you're off that beach, believe me.
Okay.
My wife has been one of the last people to drive my truck off as we're boating away, so, at 5 to 9. So they do, they come down at 8, they start moving people out.
Thank you.
And most people do tend to leave quite a bit earlier than that. They've been there the whole day. It can be a long day in the heat. So, really after 6 o'clock, if you had 200 cars there, you may have 20 cars there. And they move, I found over the last couple of years, people move off really well with our staff. They listen to our staff. So I don't see that being an issue because they do start at 8 o'clock.
Thank you. To the transportation issue, to follow up on Councillor Elliott's comments. I mean, we are starting here with a $20,000 deficit that would move to 90. Councillor Baguio's point is it can't pick up some of the people that's on the road because a golf cart go on the road. I really love the fact, anytime I get an unsolicited offer brought forward, shows interest in the community, pride, a sense of entrepreneurship, and so I never like to discard it. I wouldn't mind hearing more about this in a report, but I think if you could bring that aspect in about the road and if that was to be lifted, how long it reasonably would take. I think the other thing that I'm concerned about is in a situation where you have that kind of flow, which is a couple of peaks, especially on the in, but there's also one on the out. So now you've got to look at is really how many golf carts and how much turnaround you can do between 9 and 11 o'clock when most people are arriving. So there's a whole other issue here of what is the bang for the buck, what is the turnaround, how many golf carts are there. And I guess last but not least, you know, there's a whole issue of, you know, the city is the person here with the deep pockets. So you can, I don't know what the liability insurance you would be asking for, but as long as it's cleared by our insurers. But I do know whenever there's that and kids, and so I'm worried about the safety aspect. I'm worried about who the drivers are. I'm worried about how that ends up back at us. And then I guess finally is back to the experiment in 2020. So we had all those people parking at Rodney Street, Welland, Lake Road, and all of them took that distance and made it to the beach. And so, to me, we have a beta test. And perhaps we're not giving it enough credit that it did work. The other thing I'm concerned about is, you know, when you pay $70,000 in a flat contract, and if you run a beach, you know that it can rain all week and you're paying. So I don't think this is a per day charge. This is a flat rate. Is that correct?
Well, through the mayor to the councillor, this is the approximate fee based on a variable model. There'd be a flat fee component to the offer, and then there'd be, which is, let's say, 30% of that 70,000, and then the rest would be variable depending on the beach being open, because some days it rains, you don't open up the beach, or someday there's an event or something like that you can't open the beach for. So it would be variable on that component. And this 70,000 kind of factors into the fact when we do our modeling, we assume that we'll be open 80% of the time, and because we factor in a 20% kind of weather component, which some years is more and some years is less. It's not a perfect science on that, but that does try to factor in some of that. So there is some variability, but I certainly hear, as staff, I think we certainly hear what you're saying with respect to this is a new process to have to park off the beach. Well, maybe it's not new because we did it 2 years ago and we were parking there and people were walking. And if people were walking at that point in time, who's to say they might not walk now? And maybe we should, forgive me how I say this, but walk before we run. Maybe we should see if people are willing to walk before we sign on to a new service. And maybe we should open the beach, see how it goes, and then bring this back, you know, based on feedback we get from people that come to the beach.
Anyways, I guess finally, I'm interested in you encapsulating all of that into some kind of report. And
So, Councillor, we're going to take that as direction. This is a presentation. There are no motions. So if I can put that through to Mr. Bowles to take this back with staff and bring it back to the next best meeting. I don't think we need to put them on a time of the next meeting, but if within the next couple of meetings, if you can bring a report back to us with those options, taking what council's talked about tonight.
Sounds good.
Is that all right? Yeah. Okay. Anything further with your presentation?
Council, I apologize. I think there's 2 more slides. Councillor Bruno asked about the beach finances, and we published the report from the financial statements. They're in there. We make note that last year in the bottom line of the beach, it was $1,500 was transferred to the beach reserve. The beach reserve has almost $200,000 in it. That's from subsequent profits. The beach reserve is supposed to be used to fund the equipment and deal with any pluses and minuses in the operating budget from year to year, because weather, etc. But if you were to extract, for example, the biologist that we had to pay, and there was a kind of a change in how we dealt with the HST. We had the HST included in the fee, whereas this year we moved it not included in the fee. So if you kind of take all of that into account, the beach, if we had have made those adjustments or didn't have those costs last year, would have came in at about $68,000. I realize that the $800,000 for the parking lots is still a significant figure. It is something that at least staff propose that the goal is to make the beach a self-sustaining entity over a period of time and do that payback. But we just wanted to share that with council to make sure that council and the public was aware about the beach finances. We know there's been questions. Last slide, next steps. Oh, sorry. Okay. Last slide. Operational initiatives, we are working on updating the lease with Valet. Ultimately, that will have to come back to council. We are kind of anticipating that they're going to give us an interim document that would allow us to pave, and then the final lease will come in at a later date for council to approve moving forward. Our goal remains Victoria Day. We may have, and we've said to council before, have to make some adjustments to how we open going forward, and we'll communicate and work with council on those. The amenities, if you are down at Nickel Beach, you will notice that there are a couple components for the amenities that are starting to be moved down, specifically the sea containers that hold all of the back containers of the washrooms and that are there. As well as we are looking at installing some video cameras that will directly look at the area outside of the amenities to kind of ensure that they are maintained and protected on the way in. And then I guess the last, community engagement, we are looking at bringing back a bylaw with some of this information for a formal vote with council on May 9th. We do anticipate this weekend, Friday or Saturday, we'd be out kind of weather dependent in that on some door-to-door knocking and start that process in the Nickel Beach area. We are looking at putting together some robust marketing material, but I do think some of that strategy is going to happen once some of the kinks with the soft launch happen, and then kinks get worked out, and then we'll bring that forward. We are working with a group right now, trying to build a stakeholder group, because the dunes, anybody that's been down and walked the beach, just like last year we were part of that stakeholder group to try to rebuild the dunes. We'll continue to work on that. And we are internally talking about and talking with our biologists to do a full study of the Fowler toad. Maybe the lines get redrawn. Maybe there's new information that we can bring back to council with respect to this that can provide different options going forward.
Great.
Thank you.
I'm going to be very restrictive on this. We've been here long enough. We've got a big agenda to fill. Councillor Baggy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two questions. We planning on having some sort of food truck down at the beach?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor. We don't necessarily have a specific sign or that with respect to it, but we are having some conversations. Some people have shown some interest about maybe having some special days, some theme days, where we'd have some options that on different days, maybe some different food trucks could come down to the beach, all dependent on how the actual frontage and the initial, I think, entrance and interest in the beach goes. But staff have heard council that they'd be interested in food trucks, and we are looking at some options and maybe some theme days this year. Instead of like one food truck there the whole time, but invite a couple different ones on different days and see how that goes.
They'll be set up at the front, near the front gate, right?
They would be set up right at the front gate.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last question. You have on here hired biologists, but now you're saying we're going to hire a biologist. So is that in the, so we are hiring the biologists to do more work on the Fowler's toad?
Yeah.
Habitat?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, we did budget for this as we were going forward. It was part of, as Councillor Bruno pointed out, we do anticipate there to be a deficit in the beach budget this year, and we are planning to. We had the biologists help give us some advice up to date, and now we do an additional work with the biologists to actually study the toad, because once the biologist came in, it's been fall and winter, and now we'll be able to see it during the spring and summer.
Okay, Councillor?
I'm good, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Brian. And I encourage council to email or call Brian with any further information or questions. Again, we do have a big agenda. I'm going to move the motion forward for Councillor Aquilina, because we do have some people here in the audience, and we've been, it is 9 o'clock. So we have a memorandum from Councillor Aquilina, motion regarding Sherkston Shores Resort Sun Communities restoration of access to residents of LOS 1RO. Councillor Aquilina, you want to move the following? You want to read it out?
Read the whole motion out? I have to read the whole motion?
No, just your top piece.
Oh, okay.
It's fine. Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say that will be here for a while. Yes, so my intention is to move that the Chief Administrative Officer be directed to produce a report that provides options to council regarding the issues being encountered by residents of the hamlet of Shirkston, so LOS 1RO.
Okay, Councillor Elliott, you'll second that? Thank you, Council. Councillor Aquilina?
Can I just
Yep,
speak
go
to-
ahead.
Okay. Then it'll be short, but I've been in consultation with the residents of the hamlet, as well as former Councillor Butters. And so I really would like us to go back to the beginning in 2018, where there was the public meeting with the whole stopping and closing of Empire and Michael Roads, and go back to Mr. Vincent's intention of what he said the city's intention was, which was to protect the unfettered access to the LOS 1RO residents. Somehow, and I'm not sure how it's transpired, but I think it's reverted to golf cart access, which I would like to remove and just go back to the access, and have staff come back with some options for us, because I think we're at a bit of a stalemate with Shirkston Shores and in trying to figure out what steps residents are to take, and to really get that laid out in writing, which is something I think came up last council with Councillor Desmarais as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bruno?
Thank you, Worship. I'm glad Councillor Aquilina brought this forward. I feel sorry for the residents because this has been dragging on. It's gotten mixed in with roads ends. It's gotten mixed in with golf carts, all of this. And so at some point for all of us, we've got to bring this to a head and a conclusion. Whether that's good, bad, or indifferent, let's just deal with it. So to round out that motion, I'm wondering in that report, if we could also put in there, what the time that's been involved by staff, CAO, what the legal costs have been, and if there are those options in the CA's report, what are those going to entail? Staff time, legal, etc. And then I think when you've got all the data, you can make an informed decision.
Okay, we'll take that as direction, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Any further questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thanks, Councillor. Thanks for your patience out there. Okay. Now we're back on track. There are no delegations this evening. Mayor's report. I have two portions to my mayor's report. First is bundle up those branches. Starting Monday and every week in May, the region will take your branches away during the annual spring cleanup. Please tie them with a string or twine in bundles no longer than 5 feet and no wider than 1.5 feet and no heavier than 50 pounds per bundle. Branches cannot be any bigger than 2.5 inches in diameter. Stumps, large branches, and tree trunks are not collected. You can take those to the landfill any time of the year at no charge. Secondly, is like many local volunteers, the fire chief and I will be on duty at Tim Hortons next week to decorate Smile Cookies, the annual fundraiser for local charities. This year, all proceeds from the Smile Cookie program will go to Meals on Wheels for Port Colborne Wainfleet. Jessica and her Meals on Wheels team are really excited about the event and have recruited volunteers for 3 shifts a day from May 1st to the 7th. And this is a huge event, and it is so important on the fundraising side for, in this case, Meals on Wheels. And we really like to thank Tim Hortons for their generosity and community spirit. And we were covered in cookie decorating icing last year, the chief and I. But it was a lot of fun, and it was amazing how many people came in just to buy cookies. Some didn't grab a coffee or a tea or anything else. They came in because they wanted to support last year's initiative. And then, so we'll see that. So we'll be selling them at the drive-through. People can come in. And I know Meals on Wheels is selling them in advance. So you can order, I guess, a dozen or a half a dozen. I don't know how many, how the forms are. But if you want to get a hold of Meals on Wheels, you can buy them in advance. But the chief and I like people coming in. It's good conversation with the public. And speaking of community spirit, tomorrow evening is our annual volunteer appreciation banquet in the Italian Hall. Council and staff look forward to this event every year when we salute the volunteers who help at all city events and serve on city committees and boards. We cannot emphasize enough the importance and impact of volunteers, without whom so many things would not happen. Our roster of volunteers grows each year, which shows how much we love Port Colborne and how much pride we take in contributing to the greater good of our city. A new roster of summer students starts Monday, May the 1st. Almost every department in the city will see young, eager faces ready for the challenges of the months ahead. They'll be working to save towards their education and to gain valuable experience in a variety of fields to prepare them for their lives ahead. And we welcome them aboard. And and it's good to have all of them on our team right here in Port Colborne. This past last week, I attended Good Roads, the Good Roads Conference with CAO Louie, Director of Public Works Shapowski, and Manager of Strategic Initiatives Gary Long. Just to highlight this, because this is part of our policy that we highlight what went on, so I will be speaking on behalf of all four of us. City officials attended several meetings with provincial officials to discuss priority projects such as housing affordability, growth and development, wharf rehabilitation, and the Ontario Marine Strategy, serviced industrial land, the cruise ship initiative, waterfront redevelopment, water wastewater infrastructure, inflow and filtration, investment attraction, and business expansion. And there was another myriad of topics we spoke to. We met with the Honourable Steve Clark, Minister of Housing and Affairs, Municipal Affairs and Housing, Andrew Dowie, Parliamentary Assistant to the Minister of Economic Development, Trade and Job Creation, Hardeep Grewal, Parliamentary Assistant to the Minister of Transportation. I've been working very closely with PA Grewal with regards to our Ontario Marine Strategy. He's the lead in Minister Mulroney's Minister of Transportation department, and something will be released this fall with regards to that. Angela Leterentra, she's a Senior Policy Advisor to the Ministry of Transportation. We met with Sam Oosterhoff, who's a local MPP, Parliamentary Assistant to the Minister of Red Tape Reduction. Amarjot Sandhu, the Parliamentary Assistant to the Minister of Infrastructure. We went with Jim Millen, Nicole Simone, Eric Showen, who work for Invest Ontario. We actually met at the Invest Ontario offices, and Gary was able to bring a lot of information back with regards to companies that are not only in our community that are looking to expand, but those new companies that want to come to Port Colborne and invest, the avenues they can use with Invest Ontario. And quite frankly, we've already received a grant from Invest Ontario with regards to getting some land off of Invertos ready for development, and they provided us with $25,000 to go through a number of studies and get that 25 acres ready, which we'll be using around 15 of that based on the type of land that it is. We also met with Jay Truesdell. He's the Director of Housing and Municipal Affairs right from the office of the Premier, which we felt was very important, having that door right into the Premier's office with regards to a myriad of things that are happening here in Port Colborne, specifically with the Ministry of Transportation and how we're moving our new industrial park forward. It's good to have that ear right in the office of the Premier. We attended the opening, which had Premier Ford speak, and then followed by Minister McNaughton. We had a featured speaker that day. His name was Brett Totteram. He's with Urban Works, and he was talking about planning safe roads and streets. And we used Councillor Bruno's advice. We divided and conquered. We attended road authorities and railway crossing plenary, rural road and safety, and advancement in pavement preservation. There was also a great trade show where we picked up a lot of information, and Steve was able to talk to a lot of suppliers, some we already deal with, and some new ones that he's looking to bring back information received from them and talk about some projects that are going on here and how they may be able to help us. Some of it is saving money, and some of it is actually preserving some of our infrastructure where the money we have to put in for maintenance is actually spread even longer because of the products that we might be able to use in those infrastructure projects. Other speakers included many ministers that were there, and including the opposition leaders from Queen's Park. So that's my report on Good Roads. Any questions, Council? Seeing none, we have Councillor Davies, our regional councillor here this evening. Councillor Davies, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Council. I just got a couple of points I wanted to raise and bring to your attention tonight. The last time I was here, I spoke about the declaration of emergency in homelessness, addiction, and mental illness. And at the time when the motion came before our regional council, one of the criticisms was that it had no actual financial authority, but it appears as though the province listened to what we had to say, and we were pleased to see that the province has announced a total of nearly $21 million for funding for homelessness in the homelessness prevention plan. This in Niagara is the largest increase, I think, of any region in the province, and it will be maintained and sustained again for the following fiscal year. This brings a substantial increase in funding and our capacity as a region to deal with the issues that we all believe are important in our communities. It was a pleasant surprise, and I'm grateful to the province for that announcement. Secondly, the chair of the region, in his State of the Region address about a week ago, announced a new Office of Shared Services. I'm assuming that a lot of the work that will go into this shared services will be to collaborate with the local municipalities across the region to find greater efficiencies in the years ahead or during this mandate. And I think perhaps this is to some degree a result of yet to be announced facilitator that the province will bring to the region to help us in further rationalizing and finding efficiencies in the services we provide. And lastly, I raised with the Planning and Economic Development Committee, the idea of bringing all of the lower tier municipal EDOs to a regional economic development meeting. I've had several discussions with staff here from BRAM to Gary Long, and I appreciate the advice and input that I've received from all the senior staff here at the city in bringing some of the local concerns in economic development. One of it is communication. So I'm pleased that we will be having a series of meetings, or it may be one, it may be several meetings, where local EDOs will meet with regional councilors to bring your local perspective to add on top of what the regional economic development people will be doing. And I think it's an important step in increasing the level of communication between our city and other lower tier municipalities and our economic development strategies. And that is my report.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions to the regional councillor? See none? Thanks, Fred. Appreciate it. Next is staff remarks. Madam Clerk, anything from your office? CAO, acting CAO? Chief? Joe?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. I do have a few announcements on behalf of our Director, Steve Szapowski, who is unable to attend tonight due to illness. We wish him well. Hopefully he gets better soon. The first thing I wanted to mention is the tree giveaway event. On Friday, April 21st at 7 a.m., the city held its annual Earth Day tree giveaway in partnership with the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority and Sassafras Farms. A total of 400 trees of a variety of native species were available to residents of Port Colborne. 200 native wildflower seeds packs were also given to residents to establish butterfly gardens. By 9 a.m. on the day of the event, staff had handed out all the trees and seed packs. City staff were extremely impressed with the level of community engagement for this event. Special thanks to Ian Roberts, Matt Lannon, Scott Cole, Brian Ashley, May Lannon, and Cheyenne Stevens, who all worked very hard during this event to make it a great success. Next item is regarding the Vale Health and Wellness Center rehabilitation project. We will be starting that this week. Flynn Canada Limited will be mobilizing tomorrow and beginning construction next Monday. For those who may have missed the public announcement, due to the construction, the YMCA workout room at the Vale Health and Wellness Center will be closed from Monday, May 1st to Friday, May 5th for all operating hours while the construction gets completed. Staff would also like to take this opportunity to mention that the new cooling tower will also be arriving at the Vale Health and Wellness Center next week and is scheduled to be completed, installed by mid-May of mid-May. A couple of other items, the pedestrian bridge at H.H. Knoll, the repair design work has been completed. We're currently waiting for quotations from qualified contractors to complete the work. Once that's confirmed, we are hopeful that we can get this bridge completed and operational before the May 2-4 weekend, but we will find that out next week once we receive quotations for the work. Our communications group will be sure to share that with the public as soon as we confirm. Also, just a reminder that the entrance to H.H. Knoll from Elm Street is currently closed due to the installation of the concrete speed cushion. And that's everything.
Okay, great. Anything further from staff? Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council, good evening. I wanted to provide a quick update on behalf of the Economic Development and Tourism Services Division and regarding two events. One that pertains to an open house we hosted on April 5th about expanding fishing opportunities in Port Colborne. I want to thank Councillors Bruno and Begu and my colleague Olga Lofen for being in attendance at that event. It was well attended. We discussed a number of different topics, including perceptions of Port Colborne as a fishing destination, locations for onshore fishing, promoting Port Colborne to recreational anglers, as well as attracting fishing tournaments and looking at examples of the destinations in Ontario that do really well with this, with recreational fishing and fishing tourism. So we've collected a summary of feedback and input that was provided that evening, and that's going out in the coming days to attendees, and we hope to as staff take a look at that feedback and recommendations and work it into our work plans. The second event I want to highlight is the start of the 2023 cruise season. On Saturday, we will be welcoming the first cruise ship of the season, which is Vikings Octantis. And if the public and staff and council are interested in learning more about the cruise ship initiative, the schedule of dates for when cruise ships will be in Port Colborne, that is all on the city's website. And I want to also acknowledge the support of the Corporate Communications Department for assisting with the promotion of the cruise ship season and the fishing open house. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Gimba. Mr. Long.
Through you, Your Worship, to Council. There's been a couple of council and community inquiries regarding the status and next steps for Lockview Park. Staff will bring forward a report over the next couple of months with more details as well as some concept plans for your review. But before we can proceed with any redevelopment of the park, that would include a new community park, a new neighborhood park, we need to resolve ownership issues related to an old laneway that is on title that's been around since the 1920s. Staff are working with our city solicitor to resolve this issue through expropriation, which has been ongoing, but we are nearing completion. Those who were on the previous council will know that despite the challenges of COVID, we had 2 virtual open houses with the community to obtain their input on their ideas for a new neighborhood park at Lockview. So any future development plan for Lockview Park will include a new neighborhood park, which is what council and the community collaborated on a couple of years ago. So we'll bring forward an update in the next couple of months, Mr. Mayor, but just wanted to address a couple of inquiries.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Long.
Thank you.
Other staff members? There's no one online, so, okay. Thank you. Now we're on to councillors' remarks. I'll start on my left. Councillor Hoyle.
No report.
Councillor Danch.
Thank you. I got a couple, I'm going to pick on Joe there since we don't have Steve tonight. Couple parts missing out of our brand new library sign. I just wonder if you could get a hold of the contractor there. It looks like the backing's gone from behind the Port Colborne. Probably fell down inside or something like that. If you could maybe touch base with that fellow there. Appreciate it. Of course, Councillor Bagney always picks on me for my walking, but once again, the fence that's between King and the park has been cut. And it's usually those people that you don't want living in your backyard that are going through there. It's been an ongoing problem. I know it's, you shake your head, what are you going to do? But I guess all we can do is keep trying to repair it and keep them out. I know last year there was a few times they had done this, but if we could look into it again, I'd appreciate it. Lockgate Park, the pavilion's been fenced off for quite some time. I just wondered if there's an issue with that maybe we could address there, Joe?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, as you're aware, that Lockgate, we did a building condition assessment and felt that it was unsafe at that time, so we closed it off. We did look at having a consultant and an engineer look at it and provide us a recommendation on having it repaired, and we're just waiting for the details of that and what that estimated cost is going to be, and then we'll have something again posted to the public and brought back to council if necessary.
Councillor?
Yep, good for that. And just one more item, if I could. Cruising by our $900,000 skate park that a couple councils ago put in there, it looks like we're getting a little deterioration on the paint job, the concrete work, some of the sponsorship and stuff like that. I just wonder if maybe somebody could have a peek and see if we're, going to try and redo that. The kids use it like big time, and I think it was a wise investment for the community, but it'd be nice to see some maintenance done to it to keep it going a little longer, if you could. Thank you.
Absolutely.
That's it for me.
Councillor Elliott. Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship. A couple of thank yous also to Ian Roberts, some ditching and storm sewer work. Joe, if you could pass this on Merritt Parkway and Coronation Drive. Great job. Neighbors are ecstatic that had that done. And to you and some of your staff dealing with some contractor woes in Meadow Heights. I don't know if you could look into cleaned up the whole hillside entrance there by blocking that off. It's become kind of a drive-through for concrete trucks and everybody else working in the subdivision. I have one, I don't know if it's for the chief or you, Joe, but this just came in on Friday, sort of a battle of the boom boxes on the contractors in there building houses and doing roofing. And so I actually had 2 calls, just like it was all day long on Thursday and Friday. I know it's a construction zone, and I guess it was just the level of it. I didn't get a chance to get down there, but I don't know if you can speak to the foreman there. And finally, Darlene, Joe, the department, new pump, the end of Neff Street, new water line, the end of Neff Street, new lateral to the house there at Neff Street. I was just wondering if when they dug up that old line and that lateral, do you know, or could you let me know if there were actually any leaks? Because I think that was an 80-year-old job.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bruno. I'm not aware of them having any breaks on that line at least, and that was a 1925 line. that was in there, a 4-inch. So that we were worried that it was going to break while they were doing the installation, but we didn't, thankfully it did not break, so.
Great.
Yeah, so
Thank
I'm not
you.
aware of any leakages.
It's great they're in and out of there quick, new hydrant going in, all good for the next apartment building.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, as far as the noise level, can you address that?
Through the mayor to councillor, we can have bylaw staff drop by and see what we can do to help out the residents.
Great, thank you. Councillor Baggett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple things. First of all, thank you to Public Works and Roads for putting up the speed radar signs. I saw it today on Elm Street in Victoria. I don't know if the other wards are done, but it's the first time I saw it was today, so thank you very much. And the season's starting, all the speeding cars and that, so. And also I see our parks guys are cutting the grass in the parks, which I appreciate, because people are getting their grass about 6 inches and they're calling me now. I says, just give them time, It's the beginning of the season. Then I'll give you the chief's phone number. And the other one is, on Saturday I had, because we announced that speed cushion at H.H. Knoll Park, a couple of residents that live in the apartment building above there talked to me, and they suggested that we also look at putting a speed cushion on Marina Drive, right where that sidewalk ends from behind the food trucks that go towards the tracks, and they have to cross the road right there. Maybe not for this year, but it's a heads up. I thought it was a good idea, because it is, they sit on the balconies all the time and they see the speeding cars going down Marina Drive, and so it'd be appreciated. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. You're all set with that, Joe?
Absolutely, through you, Mr. Mayor, and to Councilor Mark Baggy, we will definitely look into that for sure.
Thank you. Councillor Borgred?
I have no remarks.
Councillor Aquilina?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple things. Yesterday, I attended an AMO event at West Lincoln on asset management, which I found very interesting. And I just received a document today that I'll share with the rest of the council, and just encouraging conversation to have around asset management, which has made me think of a few things that we could maybe do in the future. A couple updates for Bethel Community Center. They have Happy Hearts Daycare and Forest School. Children, there's about 14 children that do outside and inside activities, along with Bob Ross painting classes that have happened and some dog training courses. And Shirkston Community Center on Saturday is hosting a yard and bake sale. And then I had a couple questions for staff. One for Public Works is, I think Councillor Bodner brought this up last time, and staff went to, I believe it's Centennial Park, about a garbage bins at the end of the road there, and they just kind of advised the resident that they're just not happening, but there was no explanation. So if there could be a fuller explanation, would be appreciated.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of.
Okay.
What is the exact question?
They were looking at having a garbage can at the end of one of the roads, I think.
Oh, Cedar Bay, where the boat
Cedar
launch
Bay,
is?
yes.
So Cedar Bay and Vimy?
Okay.
There's a boat launch that people can use in that area, and they were asking for a receptacle to be put into that area.
And so the person from Public Works just told the resident it's not going to happen, but there was no explanation as to why.
Okay, I'll definitely look into that,
Okay.
Councillor
Okay.
Aquilina, and
I
I'll make
can-
sure that we provide an explanation of
Okay.
some sort.
I can forward the email to you if that's...
For sure.
Okay. And I forgot my other questions.
Can always send an email.
That's okay, yeah.
Okay, everybody set then? Thank you. Chief, you're all set, you can go. I know you've got practice tonight, so. Okay, so on to items requiring separate discussion. Our first item is electric vehicle charging station installation for public use. The recommendation is that Public Works Department Report 2023-78 be received. That the City Council authorize the Chief Administrative Officer and Director of Public Works to negotiate and execute an agreement with FLO Services, Inc., consistent with the financial implications as outlined in this report, and for a period of up to 10 years. I have Councillors Bruno and Bagu moving this. Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship. Made an excellent job on this. I think it's long overdue. I love the deal. I like the locations. Just had a couple questions. One is, as far as locations, I guess my concern is on the surface, while they look like great locations, does that get circulated to those responsible for those locations, i.e. Market Square, the Marina, the Vail Center? What I'm concerned about is, does their location take up, either max out the electrical system there? I just want to look that down the road, when we put something in for 10 or 20 years, are we in an area that won't be needed for some future project, or that's tapped out that area on our internal grid? And so there's more to it than meets the eye, I guess is what the question.
Ms. Lannon?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I can speak to how the locations were chosen. We verified all of the locations with the city's electrician to make sure that there's enough capacity there to install the charger and still maintain the regular use at the location, as well as have additional capacity once the charger is running. And we also verified all the locations with recreation staff and our road and park operations staff, so that they know about the changes for winter maintenance and the usage in their regular parking might change.
Great, thank you. On a specific location, I was concerned about Market Square, and if the area where you're located, sort of means that, 1/7 of the week is inaccessible. So I'm not sure if you could explain on market day for 7 or 8 months of the year. Would you know the location there, May?
Yes, through the mayor to the councillor. The location at Market Square, just to elaborate on it a little bit more, it's on the north end of the parking lot. So if you were pulling into the electric vehicle parking space, you would be facing King George Park and Clarence Street. That location, again, it was chosen with winter maintenance in mind. Depending on how we set up for market, they may lose a couple of hours a week during market hours. But it's still an ideal location because it doesn't cause any tripping hazards, doesn't impede the sidewalks in any way, and the time of use that people are parked there brings people to that downtown area for a period of time while they're charging.
Great. I was going to ask the chief this question, but he's gone, so I don't know, you can maybe sort this out for me, but I would like to see that those stalls are no parking with a decent fine. I know some of the comments in there was about a 4-hour charge in that, but at the end of the day, somebody could be coming to town at 6:30 at night to go to a restaurant on Clarence Street and they want to charge their car. So I'm just wondering about enforcement and signage and the level of fines. If maybe you could just get back to me on that.
Through the mayor's councillor, we've had discussions with bylaw on how we should be updating the city's parking lot bylaw so that we can have enforceable fines for violations of parking in electric vehicle charging spaces. back to kind of the presentation on the beach, it would be no stopping, standing or parking in electric vehicle parking spaces for vehicles that are not electric vehicles, but are not plugged in or charging or exceeding that 4-hour
Right.
limit, with fines assigned for each one based on kind of like similar regional fines.
Great, thank you. And the last one, maybe for you or Mr. Bowles or both. The agreement, I don't see anything about the agreement there, so I'm wondering about the term of the agreement. I'm wondering about options to renew, if that's both sides, so we can say no or yes for future terms. And I guess finally, if there's any non-compete, if we want to do another vendor or our own at some point down the road.
Ms. Lamb?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the term of the agreement is typically a 10-year agreement with Flow and their infra services. I believe that at the end of that 10-year period, we're free to make our own decision to re-sign an agreement with Flow or go with another provider. We wouldn't own the stations that are hooked up, we would only own those services up to the station.
And on the non-compete?
I would have to get back to you on that, or maybe.
Mr. Bowles?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor and council, we won't sign a contract that doesn't allow us to have a competitor, because it's the only mechanism within the city that if Flow goes a different way with rates, that we actually have a mechanism to create that fair and competitive rate for our residents within the city. So no agreement will be signed with without the ability to bring in another vendor down the road in a different location should we need it.
Councillor?
Thank you both, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councillor Baggett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have a conversation via email stuff with May, so thank you, May. You asked a couple questions. The one question I want to ask the council is the time frame, if approved by council, for these charging stations.
Ms. Lannon?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the proposed time for Flow's installation would be around September of 2023 to have the level 3 operational. They also propose to have the level 2 charging stations operational, dependent on construction timelines and availability once we start the project.
Councillor?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Further questions? Councillor Borgard?
Yeah, through your worship to Ms. May, or Ms. Lannon, sorry, May Lannon. Do we know what kind of cost that they will be charging to anyone who uses these charging stations?
Ms. Lannon?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So Flow doesn't like to be charging more than the 75th percentile of other companies in the area. So they're typically never the lowest, never the highest. What they've proposed for starting fees based on current rates. For the level 2s, $1.50 to $2 per hour of charging, and around a $20 per hour fee for the level 3 charging station.
Okay. And I guess we won't see any revenue from this. This is strictly, we're putting money in. They will be doing most of the work. We just supply them with essentially the electricity and the whatever work is required for it. Well,
Mr. Bowles?
Sure. Our climate change coordinator could probably answer that as well, but the nice thing about this agreement is they'll even pay the electricity costs, so all we have to do is get the line to the location and we'll own that line in case they ever leave, and from then on we don't have any other responsibility except for to ticket if somebody was not using the location as for its intended purposes.
okay. And then just sort of a comment. Typically, when we have these type of like we want to enter into an agreement, we get a chance to see what the agreement looks like. In this case, we don't, so I don't necessarily feel comfortable going through and, like, the motion says to negotiate and execute an agreement. I would like to be able to see the agreement before we execute it. So I'll listen to council, but I'm wondering if we can maybe have it come back one time before they execute it.
Mr. Bowles?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councilor and council, we definitely can. I could probably list off a number of other agreements that we've gone through the same model where staff has identified the components of the agreement and then gone forward and finalized the agreement going forward. But if council wishes us to bring this agreement back, we can finalize the agreement and bring it back to council.
Okay, further questions? Anything further, Counselor? No? Okay, all those in favor?
Yeah.
Favor? Raise your hand so I can see. Opposed? That's carried. Remind council, that's why you make amendments to motions.
I know.
I'm just
But
so you know. I've got to deal with what's on the floor.
I know, no, I know, I know.
Yeah. Okay, Counselor, item 8.2. Wow, that's just Counselor in Bloom, yes. This is committees in Bloom. The recommendation that Office of the Chief Administrative Officer Report 2023-74 be received. The Council approved the City of Port Colborne's participation in the 2024 Ontario Provincial Edition of Communities in Bloom. I have Councillor Bagu. Can I get a seconder to this? Councillor Elliott? To get it on the floor. Councillor Bagu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I never lifted it.
Your name's on my list. You must have emailed staff. Staff's pretty good, though, putting your names on what you guys ask for.
I lifted 8.1 and 8.3, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that's fine. You want to ask a question? Sure. Go ahead, Councillor Elliott.
I'll support it because we actually had a conversation in the committee that, or not committee, the association, the group, that, yeah. Okay, shh, we're not supposed to announce that. That Councilor Perno and I sit on. And we discussed, we got some information about this and we discussed it and thought that we're at least a year, maybe 2 as a city to get into this because some of the requisites are fairly steep and you've got to have a benchmark to start from. So, but yeah, 100% to get in. And I'm glad that this is on the agenda for tonight because, like I said, we had discussed this already. So it would stand our city in good stead to have something like this. So that's not a question, but a comment. So I'll turn it back to Greg and go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Higginbotham?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, we're excited about the opportunity to start forming a committee and involving the community in this friendly competition, and we look forward to doing all that we can to present Port Colborne in the best light, and I want to echo some of the sentiments that have been said to me by my colleagues that this gives Port Colborne a good opportunity to take a look in the mirror and try to make improvements in our open spaces, in our green spaces, so that we can come away with our goal of a high bloom rating in this competition.
Okay. Further? Yeah. Go ahead.
Just to further that, and I'll kind of look across the table and kind of look at Joe. When you go back, you can take this to your building, especially Parks and Recreation, and the Parks Department. I think there's a lot that we can improve on in our parks, and I don't think that's a big secret. But I think that through the Parks and Rec study, we can see where we fall a little bit short,
And I think in the public realm, we could set a standard on where we'd like some of the private side to go. So if we can tidy our own properties up, I know one for me that's a personal agenda that I have is Seaway Park, just across the bridge. It is I'll say it's an entranceway, a gateway into the city. You come into the city, but you're really not into the city. You're coming into downtown, and you drive past that, and it's kind of, there's a lot that could be done. And I think to brighten it up and to clean it up, to say welcome, and maybe the downtown BIA would be interested as well to move forward with that, just to say welcome to town, welcome to downtown, because it's looking a little bit tired. So that kind of ties with everything. But if you want to take that back to parks, please do in anticipation of this.
Thank you. Further questions on this? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Item 8.3. Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. Application to improve the resiliency of the city's storm sewer system to sachet flooding. Okay. Sachet. Okay. That Public Works Department Report 2023-39 be received. The council direct the Director of Public Works to apply to the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund for projects to improve the resiliency of the city's storm sewer system to site flooding. I've never seen that word in my life. I've got an idea, but I didn't look it up now, but I got an idea. I have Councilors Bruno and Elliott moving that. Mr. Bowles?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Just to give a comment, as we go through the presentation, our manager of water and wastewater is going to give the first number of slides, and then we'll have a natural break to ask some questions, and then we'll switch up, and I'll take a turn on the financial, and our manager of infrastructure will take a turn on the details of some of the projects. So they'll just for council to be aware, there's kind of a natural couple break times in this.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. So tonight we're going to provide council with a high-level overview about stormwater and some of the challenges we face here in Port Colborne. So I'm going to explain what stormwater system is like across the community, talk about what it means for us to be so close to Lake Erie and the Welland Canal, discuss a little bit about the impacts of climate change on our system, and then I'm going to share some more information about report number 2023-39, which recommends that council approve staff's application to the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund for a funding opportunity that could help us address some of these challenges. So I'm on this one. So, back to the other one, please, Simon. So what is stormwater? Well, first I want to clarify for councils and any member of the public who may be watching exactly what we mean when we're talking about stormwater. So an easy way to think about stormwater is it's extra water. It's water that isn't really meant to be there. So it's not the water we use to flush our toilets. It's not the water we use to do our laundry or take a shower. It's extra water that comes from the rain. It comes from snowmelt. It can come from the ground. It can come when we have flooding from Lake Erie or the canal. And it even comes from people's sump pumps. So these pictures here that I'm showing you is an example of a flooding in a backyard here in Port Colborne, and just to visually show you what we mean when we're talking about stormwater. So as I said, managing stormwater is a real challenge for us here in Port Colborne, and we're not alone. A lot of municipalities deal with this issue. Over the next few slides, we're going to talk about what makes stormwater particularly challenging here for us in Port Colborne. And the first is related to our infrastructure. So in this slide, you can see a lot of colored lines. And these colored lines are the different stormwater systems in Port Colborne. So the pink lines are the majority of our system. And those are the lines that are non-designed. So those stormwater lines in Port Colborne, we had a lot of ditches back in the day. We had a lot of rural areas, and they had culverts, and they just basically filled the ditches in and put a culvert in and called it a stormwater system. We do have some green areas in the system, and those are the designed areas. And those were designed to today's standards to handle today's rainfall, and they can effectively move the water to where it needs to be, which is the lake and the canal. There's a few little yellow areas in there, and those are the non-designed or semi-designed areas. It doesn't mean that they're were just like the non-designed just rolled into the ditches, but they were designed to the standard of the day. And this may have been 50 years ago, 60 years ago. So they don't meet today's standards. Next slide, please. So another challenge we have here in Port Colborne is related to climate change in our geography. Not only are we right along Lake Erie and the Welland Canal, we're also very flat. And it's very challenging in Port Colborne, due to being so flat, to get the water away from people's homes and businesses and get it to where we want it to be, which is into the canal and the lake. And we've all experienced Lake Erie when it's beautiful and sunny, and we've also seen it when it's very angry. And when the weather turns, we've seen it come up very quickly. In the canal, the water comes up. And during climate change, it's anticipated to happen more frequently and have more of an impact on our area. So several homeowners in these areas are actually challenged because they've had basement flooding with either getting insurance or they have to pay a lot for their insurance. So what happens, and the word, I apologize, Mr. Mayor, that you struggle with, and maybe a lot of people haven't heard, it's called a SAISH, where we get a lot of SAISH events in Port Colborne. And because not everyone knows what a SAISH is, I do have a quick video on the next slide that illustrates, does a great job to explain how a SAISH happens and some of the impacts. It is an American video from Buffalo, but it's exactly the same that happens here in Port Colborne when we get a SAISH. So if you could play this slide, please. It'll click for you eventually. Oh. Technology. Well, maybe it's not going to participate with us tonight, but if you could see the video, I can try and reenact it. The broadcaster is talking about how when the winds come from Cleveland, Ohio, they go across Lake Erie, because that's where most of your prevailing winds come from, and it actually pushes the water up to, in Buffalo in his video, he's saying 5 feet. They've actually seen it raise up to 10 to 15 feet at this end of Lake Erie. So basically it's like a bathtub effect. All the water pushes up to basically a wall of water. It drops 5 to 10, 15 feet in Cleveland, and it pushes up that high at our end. So this has a very significant impact, and it's just the way the water goes along Lake Erie and one of the challenges. So that's okay, not a problem. So we'll go to the stormwater challenges slide, please, the one about inflow and infiltration. So another challenge that we do have in Port Colborne due to our stormwater is our inflow and infiltration. And I know we've talked about this with council before, and council is very interested in inflow and infiltration because of the impacts it has on our wastewater rates. So inflow is when clean water, stormwater, enters our wastewater collection system through connections from people's downspouts, roof leaders, sump pumps, foundation drains, and those are all direct connections. Infiltration is when stormwater seeps through the ground and through the cracks and other defects in our wastewater collection system, and then that causes more flows going to our plant. Now, together, as I mentioned, inflow and infiltration do place a big burden on our wastewater plant. And, it's easy to say, if we know it's stormwater that's coming in, why don't we just tell homeowners to disconnect from our collection system? We can, But if we go to the picture I showed in the beginning with flooding in someone's yard, that's exactly what happened in that situation. The homeowner was very cognizant of they should not be connected to the sanitary sewer. They had their plumber disconnect them, redirected it to their backyard, so their sump pump was now discharging to their yard. There are no storm sewers in that area, and we got lots of calls about flooding from that area. So we need stormwater systems in order to direct people to those stormwater systems instead of our collection system. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we have stormwater entering our wastewater collection system, and it is very expensive to treat that stormwater. And I know we've talked about our wastewater rates and our wastewater flows to the region, and they're a really high priority. And we don't actually treat the water or the wastewater in Port Colborne. The region does that. So the region gets the water from the canal, they treat it so it can be consumed, we send it to our customers, the region charges us for the water, we charge our customers, we collect the wastewater from toilets and showers, send it back to the region, they treat it, and they send us a bill for the treatment. The problem we have is we're sending the region 3 times more wastewater than we are purchasing in drinking water. And that's a real issue. And where is that coming from? It's stormwater. It's stormwater, it's the inflow and infiltration getting into our system. And stormwater can actually cause a lot of damage, as I mentioned, to people's homes. If you get flooding, it can cause basement backups, it can cause issues on the public side as well with our infrastructure. It can be very damaging. Please. So I've gone over some of our major challenges, and I'll let that sink in for a second. But it's important to know that we are looking at all kinds of creative and innovative solutions to deal with the issue. There are a lot of complexities in how we can effectively manage our stormwater, but we are certainly working very hard to find the best solution possible. On this slide, I've included the city's drainage areas. And there's 22 areas, and they may be new to council and to members of the public who may be watching, but essentially each stormwater drainage area is how we capture the water in each area of the city and move it to where it needs to be, the canal or the lake. At a high level, we have assessed each one of these areas to determine what we need to do in these areas to address the issue. But in some areas, we still need to figure out a strategy to determine exactly what we need to do and exactly what that cost is going to be. So in the appendix to this presentation, we did include a slide for each area of the system, each of these sewer sheds, identifying the areas and what needs to be done in each area and what the costs were in 2014 in our infrastructure needs study. It's meant to provide additional context and provide the scope of the problem that we have with our stormwater system. So as I said, we know we have to find creative solutions to address stormwater issues here in Port Colborne. We need to plan for today and tomorrow. We need to plan for development, and we need to plan for growth that's coming into the city and the mounting costs of dealing with treating stormwater. So before I pass it over to Mr. Bowles, is there any questions?
Council, questions? Councillor Aquilina.
I apologize because this might be a really stupid question, but
Never a stupid question.
This is related to the urban area, not the rural area.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yes, the
Okay.
stormwater system is in the urban area.
Okay. And then our drainage dishes in the rural area are kind of the same.
Through you, Mr. I'm not quite sure exactly.
Okay. Sorry. The drainage ditches that we have in the rural area, is it a similar concept to these storm sewers that you'd have in the urban area?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, kind of. Most of the ditches in your rural area, to my understanding, are roadside ditches, and a lot of them go to the municipal drains. So I know you have lots of municipal drains out in the rural areas. So there are, so they are drainage sheds. Is that kind of what you're? Yeah. So it's the way at a higher level. It's kind of like how rivers have drainage basins where they collect the water from, and the way the land slopes and everything. It'd be the same idea. And most of Most of the drainage ditches, like roadside ditches in the rural area, I believe, end up in either directly to the lake or the canal, or they go into a municipal drain, because we're really flat and that's where the water goes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, further questions? Mr. Bowles?
Okay, thank you. So this next slide really just sets the stage for our manager infrastructure who's going to come up and talk about some of the details. And it's very important for council and anybody watching to understand that the reason this package has been put together is because there is a grant opportunity. There are lots of drains, as our manager of water and wastewater has identified, lots of drain areas that we need to address within the city. But the reason why we're talking about the 3 today is because there is a grant opportunity specific to those 3 because of the weather events that we're having and the impact on storm. And the reality is that grant has the potential to get up to 40% grant dollars back for these projects. So if we go to maybe the next slide, you'll see the grant at a high level. It's for new construction, it's for rehabilitation. Don't get too worried. I know it says you have until 2032 to do that. Our manager of infrastructure is going to emphasize even the timeline we have here. We'd like to do faster too. It's not to 2032. But the important thing we need council to recognize today and to look at what their next steps and advice to staff or direction for staff is July 19, 2023 is the deadline for the grant. So the time is kind of moving forward, and that's why we're here tonight. So our next slide really talks about a couple other municipalities and the type of money that they actually received. And you can see Kitchener received almost $50 million for funding along this line. City of Hamilton, $12 million, and Town of Tecumseh, $10. And you can see in Kitchener, it was directly for flood protection. The exact kind of work that we're doing, building and upgrading storm sewers. Hamilton, installation of backflows, we're going to talk to you about that, as well as Tecumseh, again, flood protection, constructing storm sewers. And there's other municipalities that have been able to apply for this before. So given the cessation events that we've had and where we are in these areas, we just really want to highlight to council that we know that there's other areas and we have to plan for those other areas. But we are focusing on the ones we do today because of their potential for the grant. And my next slide, just on financial, is thank you. So just to highlight the areas that our manager infrastructure is going to talk about are these 3 areas, 13, 7, and 6. Manager infrastructure is going to talk about the technicals of the construction, and then we're going to come back to some of the financing dollars. Just as councillors look at this, and I can already anticipate Councillor Elliott may have a question because he often wants to work on the downtown CIP, and it is true that Area 6 is right in the downtown, and that may impact the costs because we've proposed in this budget, because the grant requires you to do kind of replacement. So we've developed a budget replacement and maybe a little bit of like maneuvering to make things a little bit better, but if we want to go further, that may mean another conversation of council to expand the budget if council wanted to go even further with CIP beautification at the same time. So I just wanted to make that clear that this is about what the grant will allow us to go for. This is about storm sewer. And the storm sewer we recognize would be in the downtown CIP, so there may be a phase 2 where we have to talk to council if council wishes to do additional enhancements along the way. It may make sense. And at that, if there's any questions on just the technicals of the grant, I'll pass it over to the manager of infrastructure who will talk about some of the construction work that would happen under this project.
Well said, Director Bowles. Thank you. So the first, so we have 3 major projects that we're making application for. The first project deals with backflow protection, and currently we have about 11 storm water outlets along the canal that discharge to the Welland Canal that are vulnerable to SAISH events, to that large storm effect that comes in and backs up our storm sewers. So this first project focuses on backflow prevention. Devices would be designed and installed to protect outlets from backing up into the system. So the second project really has to do with storm sewer outlet pumping. Once you have check valves and backflow prevention devices installed, during major storms or SAISH events, as the water level goes higher, storm water within the storm sewer system can't outlet because that check valve is closed. If there's a check valve or some type of gate that doesn't allow that storm water to come back in. So during those times, we would design systems in place to allow pumping of the storm sewer system into the canal to prevent storm sewers backing up into people's homes and basements. So the next project is the replacement of storm sewers in drainage areas 6, 7, and 13. This particular, this replacement, like Director Bowles had mentioned, is areas in the downtown area, and a full scope design would have to be done, and it would include a lot of replacement of storm sewer pipes, other infrastructure in the area at the same time, depending on exact location, and more of those details would be found, would be realized once we get into the detailed design of that, of those areas. So project timelines. This is something we did was very preliminary. We knew that there was an opportunity for the funding, and we looked at the preliminary design for Area 13, which is the east side of most of the area on the east side of the canal that outlets into one outlet. An EA would have to be completed, environmental assessment. This would take approximately a year. That includes looking at a problem and coming up with some solutions, and then completing a detailed design, and then moving that forward. So knowing that we're trying to get this done by 2028, we're looking at design of the Area 13 in 2024, complete design in early 25, and then hopefully get to construction by late 2025 and continue into 2026. At that point, we would continue doing planning and design for areas 6 and 7, and then proceed similar to the EA and full design, and then continue to construction in 2027 and 2028. This is very preliminary. As we get through the, should we be successful in the application, our plan could potentially be moving the design for Area 6 and 7 and Area 13 at the same time. But again, that would require additional staff and resources, and this is a super large project. There would likely, due to the areas, we would likely have to implement a phasing plan, and I guess more detailed timelines and specifics would be learned once we get past that design phase.
Mr. Bowles? So maybe I'll go back to the podium to do the next couple slides, but just to add, one, if council has any questions about those projects, but two, just to make sure council is very aware that project 3 that our manager of infrastructure has identified there is a significant project. It means roads get torn up, but it's not like, I think it was Neff Street that was brought up today, that would be done overnight. This will require significant public consultation, because it will require people to not be able to access certain roads at certain times to be able to do this. So just so council is aware, on project 3, when we actually do replace and do some roads, there will be a lot of communication and a lot of public input, because the timing and how that impacts will be significant with the amount of road work that would happen.
If I could thank you, Director Bowles. I also want to mention that, yes, that is absolutely correct. like I said, the phasing plan would be implemented. I believe we measured about 3.5 kilometers of storm sewer installation. So you kind of get an idea of what that downtown looks like, and putting 3.5 kilometers of new storm sewer, there's going to be a lot of construction and a huge impact to traffic, businesses, and so on. So again, we'll have to put together a really good strategy to ensure that as we complete this work, that we try and do our best to accommodate our residents and business owners.
So when it comes to this project, ultimately, our estimate at this point in time is $32 million for the grant. We use that estimate, we call it a Class D estimate, because we were able to use work that was done several years ago, do some inflationary adjustment, and then juxtapose that to some projects that we know others have done recently. So it's kind of the lower end of the estimates. We built in a little bit of contingency with respect to it for the grant. And that cost will vary significantly as we go through the process. And I think we talked about this with the asset management plan. Should there be a desire to do enhancements along the way, that would not be covered by the grant application, in which case that could add to the project if we went down a road of enhancements. So right now, the city portion under the grant to do the replacement or to build these that don't exist would be about $19.2 million. The debenture would be required for that 19.2. And if you remember, during the budget process, there was some questions asked about when would we issue debt. And we did. I think the fire truck was a big purchase that was on the list. And the question was, should we issue it for the fire truck? And this is really what I was putting forward, that I would prefer not to issue it on the fire truck, because we have significant stormwater projects like this to move forward with to have a significant impact in the city. So if we go to the next slide, it does break it out. Interesting, with all the work that was done by Public Works with their infrastructure needs study and asset management study, all the water and wastewater doesn't have to be replaced. Like, there's a lot of in good shape. It's the fact that, and you could see in the earlier slides, there is no storm sewer, or the storm sewer is built, but it was built to a standard that cannot withstand what's happening today. And that's what needs to happen in the downtown. So the question that I get asked from every councillor at every meeting is, what does it ultimately cost to the taxpayer? And if we go forward with this project as is, and we go through the design phase and we do find this is the budget, we'd be looking at about $85 per household, and assuming a 5% interest rate, and assuming that it would be over 30 years. Now, the interesting thing is, just to think about this, many of the houses and many of the businesses and that would be in these areas never actually, because the storm sewer doesn't exist or didn't exist to the stage that it should today, never really went through the process of paying for a storm sewer, I guess. And now, unfortunately, we have to put it forward to see if that storm sewer council wants to move forward with this. And that $85 would exist for 30 years on an asset that we heard some of these pipes last 100 years, 75 to 100 years. So after that fixed $85 stays every year for 30 years, if we do it right, we make the future better. But the present today, as treasurer, I just have to tell you the cost, and I recognize it's a difficult decision to have to make from council's perspective. And then I think that, and I pointed out this would be a Class D estimate. So the estimate may change as we go forward, as we get into detailed design and we learn other components when we do environmental ESAs, etc. I think we have 2 more slides just to talk about kind of next steps, recognizing that many that may be watching this or learning about this storm sewer might be wondering about what are the next areas that we'd be looking at. And I think we even missed one of the areas on the lists or something. Omer, maybe we haven't quite pulled it out, but I'll pass it over to our manager of water wastewater to talk about the last 2 slides.
Thank you, Director Bowles. So looking ahead, so our next steps, we need to complete our infrastructure needs study. That was started late last year or the year before. It will be done later this year. Our storm sewer inventory and condition assessment, which council approved as part of the 2023 budget, that will be completed in 2024. What's missing from this list is the pollution prevention and control plan, which will be completed in June of 2024. So once we get all of these projects completed, we'll be able to get the results together and come to council with a plan to say, okay, these are the areas that have been identified and kind of overlap with all of these different projects to indicate where we need to go next. Now, although these studies have not yet been completed, we do have priority areas where we want to go next or simultaneously with this grant, with these grant-funded areas. So rather than waiting for the results of the projects, and these are on the next few slides. So staff are proposing the following approach to remediating the stormwater system. Essentially, with the exception of about 6 areas of the city that are in gray, which will be on a map I show you on the next slide, the entire stormwater system needs attention. Again, you know, the slide with all the colored lines on it showing the different types of pipes we have in the ground. We have a lot of non-designed system or areas without stormwater system that need to be addressed. And as we've talked about, where inflow and infiltration comes from and where the stormwater has to go without a stormwater system, it all has to currently go to our wastewater collection system. So without a functioning stormwater system, we can't take people off of our wastewater collection system and get their sump pumps directed to the stormwater system. So we need functioning stormwater systems, because that does impact our bills directly to our ratepayers and to our residents, and is why we have the highest wastewater rates in Niagara. So the DMAF program, as previously mentioned, has brought projects in the green, areas 6, 7, and 13, to the forefront because they fit the grant criteria. Areas 2, 3, and 22, which are in the yellow area, are the areas we would go next, because there are deficiencies in the stormwater system in that area. Area 22 is the Omer area. That drainage, that stormwater drainage area is where we have 54 sump pumps connected to the wastewater collection system. Because the storm sewer is in such poor condition, we can't redirect those sump pumps, which impacts our inflow and infiltration. We are doing a innovative stormwater management project right now in that area, which hopefully will have some alternatives to just straight stormwater pipes and be a little more cost effective than what was proposed in the 2010 Omer area inflow and infiltration study. Areas 2 and 3, some of the councillors, when you see the map, you will go, I know where that is. It's where we have a lot of flooding in rainfall events because there are no stormwater pipes in those areas. In the remaining areas, we will be prioritizing and bundling them based upon the findings of the 3 projects that I talked about: the infrastructure needs study, stormwater condition assessment, and pollution prevention control plan. And then the last slide. Here's the map of the areas we were talking about. The green areas are your DMAF funded areas that qualify for the DMAF funding. The yellow areas are the areas that we propose focusing on simultaneously. And the blue areas, again, are prioritized based on the outcomes of the various studies that we are currently doing. The gray areas either need no investment because the infrastructure is practically new, or it's minimal investment required to make a few adjustments to the area. So as mentioned, the appendix to this presentation does contain the recommended approaches from the 2014 infrastructure needs study. Again, the prices have not been adjusted for inflation. They're right from the 2014 study. But again, we provided it there so we could show the scope and the context of what is required in each of the areas. This concludes our formal presentation. I'm sure if you have any more questions for Director Bowles or Manager Colasurdo or myself, we'll be happy to take them. Or if council wants to talk to any of the specific slides in the appendix, the individual areas, we'll be happy to go through any of those as well at this time.
I have Councillors Bruno and Elliott up first. Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Bishop. This is probably for us the first watershed moment of this term of council.
Oh, bad humor.
Because at the end of the day, don't vote for this application if you're not prepared to ante up the bucks when that comes down. I had hoped that this could have been, let's approve $85. I understand why we can't, because it's an application, we don't know what we're going to get. But this is a storm management plan that's really a code word for if you want to lower the increases in your wastewater treatment, you got to do this. And if we've all talked about water and wastewater and the bill, but this is a unique way of getting to that. This is a unique way of getting to that. So I'm all in. And I'm all in even though it doesn't cover Area 22, which is a number you're going to hear a lot of, along with the word simultaneously. Love that word. So, I mean, I can't see, like, this is the start of potentially something big, and somebody's giving you 40 cents on the dollar to do it. So I am all in. I did want to ask one question about Area 22. And so if this plan works, and unfortunately Area 22 doesn't qualify, and there are savings in the wastewater system because the flows go down, it's my understanding that we can't use wastewater savings to further the storm sewer. So my question is that to Mr. Bowles.
Mr. Bowles.
Through the mayor to the councilor and council, that is correct, and my understanding is there's some new legislation that's coming out to create some greater clarity to that. So should we experience savings in the wastewater, which is the intent of creating the storm sewer system, should we find those savings, staff would come back with recommendations to adjust the wastewater, hopefully down, and that could help offset some of these costs. But I just, at the same time, have to highlight to council that this project is going to take some time, so, and citizens and residents shouldn't, there will be a timing difference, and there's still a lot of work to be done, and it may be that more than just the green up here areas need to be done before you actually start to see those savings. Great,
so at the end of the day, we could lower or hold wastewater rates, come back with an increase on the storm sewer side, and do some of these other areas that didn't qualify under this application, or by that time there may be new remedies, the innovative one, or other grants available. So while it doesn't help the key area for Councillor Danch and I certainly would be supporting it, because I think you've got to do what's best for the overall city, and I don't want to lose or look a gift horse in the mouth and say no. So I'm all in. Just finally, if I could, Mr. Mayor, through you, maybe I'll wait at the end if you could indulge that there was a mention in there about other projects or other shoreline protection projects. I'd like to bring that forward, but I'll wait for others to finish on this particular issue. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Elliott?
How did you know I wanted to speak?
Because you're on my list. You obviously told staff.
And I would hate to disappoint Director Bowles. I'm happy to see areas 2, 3, 6, and 7 identified. But the bad part of that is that they're deficient, and that's the big problem. But I'll take off the Ward 1 hat and put on my city hat and ask, where do we get the biggest return on our investment? In what area needs to be done first? Like if you were going to pick one specific area, what's the worst area in town?
Staff?
And that's, yeah, to everybody, anybody.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, do you mean out of the areas that we already are doing, or do you mean out of all 22 storms drainage sheds?
Through this map right here,
Mm-hmm.
we're looking at the green areas, right, 6, 7, and 13
Yep.
as to do first. Are they the worst 3 areas? As far as, when you mention Omer and the 52 connections from sumps, like, should that be the top of the list?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor.
Or it doesn't qualify, yeah.
Yeah, we tried really hard, honestly, to try and get Omer into, but the criteria, you could bundle projects, but they had to together solve the same issue. And because we were talking about SAISH flooding, unfortunately, that's why Omer didn't fall into this criteria. But areas 6 and 7 and 13, we have a lot of inflow and infiltration, we know, in those 3 areas. The region tells us what happens at their pumping station in rainfall events, and we know the City Hall pumping station, like right across from this facility, it goes way up. So we haven't done an inflow and infiltration study in this area, and we don't have a full picture of the storm sewers, but we know, as identified by that map, we have a lot of pink. So basically, they're all bad, but maybe Joe can pop in a little more to add to
Thanks,
that.
Darlene. Yeah, just to further that, what I'd like to say, like, I know you were asking about the whole storm sewer network and where we want to spend money first, second, or third. One thing I think where we go back to is the map that shows our designed storm sewer area, and then we have that map also showed an area that was non-designed or semi-designed. I don't think there's one area. I mean, if it's a non-designed storm sewer, it can't, it's not able to handle full flows of today's nature. So we picked these areas, obviously, because it directly relates and fits into this application. But in terms of which areas are worse, in 2015, we did a citywide storm sewer assessment, and I think as part of the appendices, you'll see like the recommended works for each of those areas, and it depends on what classifies worse. Is it the number of basements that flood? Is it the number of sump pumps that are connected or not connected? Is it roadway flooding? Like, we could allow water to flow over the road and close the road off, so we pump it so it doesn't go into someone's basement. So it's hard to put a finger on what is worse and what is not worse, but there is the attachment that does show the recommended works of the whole storm sewer system. And that's what we're talking about, is the storm sewer system, and what those costs are. It's astronomical. Construction costs are very large. It's one of those things that without the storm sewer, in my opinion, if you don't have a proper storm sewer outlet, and we don't do this today at astronomical expenses, I don't think you'll ever get there. Like, you'll never get that return. It may take 30 years, as Brian was talking about, to actually get your return on your investment, but in that 30 years, the lifespan of the pipe is 100, you'll actually have that outlet forever. So at some point, we can disconnect sump pumps and reduce inflow and infiltration. Right now, without a storm sewer, I think Darlene referred to it, these sump pumps don't have nowhere to go. So it is a catch-22. At some point, you have to invest the money, or we just keep paying these astronomical costs to treat stormwater, which we don't want to do.
Mr. Bowles?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, just to add on what was said. So what we have here is a grant application that can bring in 40% of a project. And I think both our managers up there have said it well, that, and I think that's what that last slide in the presentation's about. It's to identify there are 3 areas, and I think somewhere I said we forgot Omer. We didn't forget Omer. I mean, there was a lot of questions on Omer, right? And the 2-3-22 is the area, but we're not. There is no plan to wait 3 years. The plan is to if council approves this grant application, we'll continue on with that, and then we will continue on with developing the plan for 2, 3, and 22, which are equally as important. And as the manager of infrastructure has pointed out, that the system doesn't work unless there's a system. That means you need more than one area to have a system. And the problem that in this whole process that really made it clear to me is we only have 1/3 of our city, our urban boundary, with engineered storm sewer system. And that is the hurdle to get over. That has to be corrected in order to bring the wastewater charges down. And to juxtapose what this investment or what future storm sewers are going to be about is the cost of storm sewer is going to rise. And I know nobody wants to hear that. 70% of our charge comes directly from the Niagara region. And that budget is expected to continue to rise significantly. And if we don't invest in the storm sewer system to separate the two, our residents will pay for it either by paying it on the wastewater, or you're going to bring down your wastewater charges by paying this fixed cost and do the storm sewer. And that's, so just to emphasize, it's hard to say which one's worse. I think the team from the engineering perspective would jump in and do more right now, but they just can't put them in the application. And those other ones are not going to be far behind in front of council to talk about it.
Councillor?
Yep. And thanks, Brian, for that, because that leads me to think, I'm like Councillor Bruno. I'm all in. Like, this is something that we, as past councils, should have done years ago. And now, if you're going to invest $85 a household on this project, you may save maybe not the corresponding amount on your water bill, but you will see a significant reduction if we get into this. So while it's $85 off the hop, you may save $20, $30 the other side. So it's actually only $55, $60 extra on the levy. So yeah, it's a big number, but it's something. If it's not now, then when? Which is always the big question, right? And what's the biggest complaint we hear from people? My water bill is astronomical, and I can't handle it anymore. And it's like, you have to do something. This is the something. So, and like I said, I'm all in. If we get the funding, this is where we got to go. The one question I did have, though, it says the backflow prevent program we had, that project we were going to start with the 3 backflow preventers, that said we're going to pause that until the application goes through. How long will it take from application until decision, whether we know? I just want to know how long that may be delayed.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Elliott, I was just, because I don't know if Joe remembered that part of the report, but yeah, we did say, because we did receive funding in this budget this year to do outlet protection on the outlets, but we're going to remove basically the 11 that are part of this application from that pool of money at the moment. I know, I can ask, Joe can speak to when we think we can do it, but I know when I applied for, on behalf of council for DMAF funding a year and a half ago, it took them 8 months to tell me we weren't successful. So I'm anticipating that it'll be like, once we get the application in, it's probably, we'd like to hear by the end of the year, but it could be early next year. So I would suspect we would wait and we would hold these 11 to the side, continue on with other outlet protections, and then if we find out we weren't successful, then we proceed with the 11. If we were successful, we do it as part of this project. Does that sound good?
Sounds great. We're going to work simultaneously as this project, as we're waiting for approval. We're going to move some of the the preliminary works for these outlets at the same time. So we're going to plan to do a lot of this work. I believe we did have $300,000 in the budget approved, and we plan on using that to move these outlet protections forward sooner than later. We're not going to wait.
Through you, Mayor. So we'll get to the point of tender, be almost shovel ready, and then whatever happens, if no funding, we go to tender or close to it. And then if we get the funding, we're gonna kind of see how we can put it all together.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. If we get the funding, it's going to be a big game changer where I think we're going to have to really sit down and go, like, we got to come up with a major plan here. It will be really big. In the meantime, we're going to do our best to prepare outlet protection. Again, some of the ones that are not specific to the area where if we were to get the funding covered there. So we'll look at all the outlets, move that project forward. Some of them we may give it some quick wins. I believe in total we have something like, I think 20 or 30 outlets that can be looked at. So again, we'll be working simultaneously while we're waiting for that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Baggio?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be short and quick. It's been almost 4 years it's come forward. I'm happy to see it here. I'm definitely for it. But the only thing I would like was if we do procure the federal grant, that staff does come back to council, and maybe council wants to change the design and engineering for areas 6 to 7 up to make it a little bit sooner. So that's all I'm requesting, Mr. Mayor. That staff come back if and when we get the grant.
This will be coming back.
Yeah, through the mayor to the councilor and council, if we get the grant, the process is, especially given the size, we'll have to bring the whole thing back to council and you'll have to make decisions. And when the manager of infrastructure says there's a lot of planning that would have to happen if we get the grant, it's really, there'll be an enormous amount of public consultation with respect to these types of projects and how they're going to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Beauregard?
Through your worship to staff, like my fellow councillors, I too believe that this is something that we really need to get done, and there's no point of pushing it down the road. It'll just get more expensive. It's the best option for our municipality, so I'm totally all in as well, and I'm very pleased to see Zone 13 as a priority. I know the mayor and fellow councillor Hoyle and former councillor Desmarais have heard complaints after complaints, floodings after floodings, and just issues with that area. So it'll be nice to see that get fixed and help the municipality as a whole.
Councillor Bruno?
Through you to either Joe or Darlene, so there is a chance that you get less than the full amount in the application. So at that point, does whoever scores this and awards whatever amount it is, do they tell you, so it's not 32 million, it's 20 million, and these are the things that aren't covered? Or do they say, you have 20 or 32 million, you go at it and do what you want?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruno, my understanding in reading the DMAF guidelines is that they would determine, like, if they decide to only give us 30% funding, that would mean they'd only cover 30% of the costs. We did make sure we checked the eligibility. We made sure that all of the costs that we are going to be putting in would be eligible, like all of the design costs, the construction costs. Those are all eligible parts of the grant. So we're not submitting anything that isn't eligible, but they may decide if maybe if they don't have enough funding or they're getting low, they may not give us the full 40%. That is a risk.
So just on that then, I mean, to Councillor Elliott's question, I mean, I thought the answer was which would you do first would be the outlets along the canal, because the other stuff is building an infrastructure. It's expensive, it's time consuming, if you plug the leak back in, at least then you can start doing something. But at the end of the day, I mean, I would have thought that if you have a huge wind, but not much rain, and that thing's running full bore here in Market Square, doesn't that tell you that it's the rising lake water that came through all those outlets? Because if you didn't have precipitation, where else did it come from? Like, I don't know, I'm no engineer, but it seems to me that you plug that backflow in and then you start working. So, I mean, that is a less, I would think, disruptive project along canal walls. It's not taking out streets and digging things up, and you buy 22 at a time and you roll. Tell me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong. You gotta remember though, when that lake is up, when the sachet comes down. Sage or whatever you want to call it, comes down, I don't know. It's not only, it does back in through those canal walls, but it's not letting those people's sumps go out. That's the issue on the canal walls. This thing runs because the groundwater is raising above it. So whatever we do along the canal doesn't help with that portion of the water that comes in, right?
Right.
Like,
Still.
I mean, you dig a big hole out front of here on one of those days, the water's shooting up high. But this whole thing, I mean, like, guys, let me tell you, in my business, I can tell you these three areas, I'm not saying they're the worst, but they're right there.
Yeah.
And they fit this program, so that's why I agree with the councilors that they've always said to move forward with this. The yellow areas, some of those areas are worse than others, but there's sections in those areas that are bad, that in my office I get sewer backup claims all the time and sump pump claims. But these three are right there, and I'll tell you, number 13 is probably one of the worst. That's been on the books for a long time. I mean, you gotta remember, most of these areas had storm drain. They're called ditches on the side of the roads that have been filled in over the last 50 years that have really taken away from those people pumping water out, and they float. They were all filled in to make nice parking spots in front of people's houses. That's what's happened over probably 60 years, 70 years, you know, for a long time, so.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could just respond a little bit to Councilor Bruno. One of the things that I do agree with you with the outlets, but one thing I just want to caution is that if we're looking at a storm sewer system design and we need an outlet, if we're spending the money, we'll say first, we go and put this packet of prevention devices along the outlets, but we design a whole new storm sewer system that creates a larger outlet or increased size of outlets, we could be putting money into something that we also need to redesign. So
sure, they're larger.
So some of the smaller wins, but I do agree with you that where we can get those wins, we're going to move forward with. But if it's a larger outlet that we'll be looking at full design, we don't want to spend, you know, good money after bad. So, but I just wanted to. No, definitely not wrong.
Councillor Bagan? Okay, good. Councillor Beauregard.
Your worship, to staff. So you said that we've applied for this type of funding before and we're unsuccessful. Did they explain, like did the government explain to why we weren't successful? And how is this application, how are we bettering our chances with this application?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Beauregard, our last application was actually for sanitary sewer upgrades or wastewater system upgrades, and it didn't quite fit the criteria of the DMAF. We tried to make a square peg fit in a round hole, I think, and we tried. And they unfortunately do not give us any explanation. They just say, we're sorry, but your application was not accepted. So it would have been nice if they gave us some feedback, but I would suspect it was kind of the square peg round hole thing, so yeah.
Through you, so does this application that we're putting forward be a circular peg in a circle hole, if you will?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Beauregard, absolutely, because we do have the SAISH events, and we know that they're getting worse due to climate change. And this is the Disaster Mitigation Adaptation Fund, which has to focus on adapting your community or improving the resiliency of your infrastructure to climate change or disaster, like natural disasters. And when the lake rises 5 to 10 to 15 feet in height and that wave of water hits us, that absolutely qualifies, because they are happening more frequently, the SAISH events. And that's one of the things I'm including in the application, is that, we used to see a SAISH that would impact and cause, our staff would have to go in and block off H.H. Knoll Park. You might see it, once every 2 or 3 years. You're seeing it almost every year now. So it's happening a lot more frequently, and the storms are getting more and more intense and causing a lot more damage along the shorelines and causing more flooding into our system as well. So I think we have a really good chance with this one.
Okay. I know Councillor Bruno has one question, not quite related to this, but.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To both of you, I noticed that in the chart of who got what, that Hamilton had a shoreline protection portion of it. And I know that's not the subject of here, and it won't be the subject of how we would fund this. But I just thought while sitting here after looking at, I looked at, we've got that outlet behind the urgent care that keeps, can a weir or anything be put there? We've got the Eagle Marsh drain lift. My counselor next to me here and the former one talked about how the real fix there to that gate is a pretty expensive project, but will last many, many years. And then there's the silt that is in the mouth of that. There's Lakeview Park, even though we're inside the break wall there, right? What happens there, and that could be just maybe more fill or rock or something that tears up our asphalt and goes into the park and all that. Is that something? And then lastly, behind the hospital, that large parking lot, and maybe that's a partnership with the region or something of what we were going to do there with the berm that's there. I mean, when you're looking at somebody paying you 40%, and some, maybe not all of these projects are realistic. I know you got a deadline, but whether this can become another application, whether it helps with this application, i.e. what Hamilton did. But the ones I just mentioned, as I think Councillor Ollie said, if not now, when? Some of these are going to have to be done. And is this the opportunity, and do you have the time to do it? So either for Mr. Bowles or you guys.
Mr. Bowles?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor and council, I think we've all addressed tonight that there's a lot of projects to do over the coming years, and whether it be the Area 2, 3, 22 or the ones that you've listed here, I think there's two things to consider. One is an application that's fairly clean and registered on that type of components. Also, identifying and putting together a project and a project team that the city can handle and put together. I know I won't speak for the Public Works Department because it's a good question for us. We can take it away and see if we can package it down the road, but I think we would recommend as staff that we phase those projects into next year. There is no reason why you can only get the grant once and then you can never get it again. And those grants lend themselves to a package deal to a lot of similarities that would require some additional study, because what we did have when we did this grant application is we had a lot of information, and Councillor yourself and other councillors have pointed it to us, that's happened over the last 10 years. And we were able to pull in those studies, some of that engineering work, to be able to come up with a cost estimate, to be able to do that in the next month that actually had validity to be able to meet the expectations probably of, it's probably better to take those projects and put them in a future grant application. And unless as we're talking with the granting agency, we can get something in, we can maybe take that as direction to work with, but I think it would really benefit the city to do a little more research, costing, to have a strong, because if we put a grant application that has the wrong cost, that could also leave us in a weird spot too.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, you better hurry, because I'm going to
Yeah,
cut you off in about 30 seconds.
Yeah,
here.
just through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruno, and to build on what Brian just said, Council did approve a coastal engineer in our 2023 budget. It doesn't address like the shoreline protection, but it does address the outlet at the bottom of Steel, a bed of Rosemount, where we do have a lot of silting up and the sand blows in. So to that point, depending on the findings of the coastal engineer, that could definitely be used for more information that could help with another application.
Thank you. Okay, no further questions? All in favor? It's carried unanimously. If I can have Councillors Hoyle and Danch move that we go past 11 o'clock. Well, you don't have to vote no then. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay. That's why I was going to cut you off, because we're getting close to time. Okay, where are we? Managers, staff, councilors, consideration, motions we've done. Are there any notices of motion this evening, council? Okay, minutes of boards and committees. We have the Port Colborne Public Library Board minutes of March 1st and the Port Colborne Historical Marine Museum Board of Management minutes, March 21st, both of 2023. If I could have Councilors Aquilina and Beauregard move those. Questions? All in favor? Carried. Bylaws. We have one bylaw this evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have bylaw to adopt, ratify, and confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Port Colborne. If I could have Elliot and Bruno move that. Any questions? All in favor? That's carried. Before we adjourn this portion of the meeting, or break from this portion of the meeting, we are going to be going into in-camera. We will not be coming back for our online to come back into open session, then close the meeting officially. So this time I'm going to have Councilors Hoyle and Danch move that Council do now proceed into closed session in order to address the following matters. Minutes of the closed session portion of February 28, 2023 Council meeting. Minutes of the closed session portion of March 28, 2023 Council meeting. Minutes of the closed session portion of April 4th, 2023 Council meeting. And the Chief Administrative Office Report 2023-76 pursuant to Municipal Act 2001 subsections 2392C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. And Corporate Services Department Report, Human Resources Verbal Report concerning the performance review and goals of the CAO pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 subsections 2392B, personal matters about an identifiable individual including municipal or local board employees. Questions? All in favor? That's carried. Again, thank you for watching this evening. We'll now be going into closed session.